Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. This is the 7th week of the league that we're coming to you live, and indeed right now what's about to get started is nothing else but some FIFA 20 action, where indeed we have some incredible players who throughout the past 6 weeks have had a bit of a tough luck, but today I'm sure things are about to change. I'm your host Blora. Joining me on the NS desk to chit chat more about these players and the game itself altogether, it is none other than the incredible Phoenix. Welcome, sir.
Thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction. And the thing is, finally we came so far. This is the
Right.
7th week of Umzansi, and
Wow.
we have two players who is
Absolutely.
Mobi Zilla and I think so it's Dragon Milla.
Exactly. I mean, that is who we have in the stadium today, which is, of course, going to be an incredible play. Because after all, when you talk about the stats for both of these lads have not been so good. But indeed, when it comes to the stats for the entire season of the wonderful Umzansi Esports League, we are talking about the prize pool right now, and the stats in those prize pool are looking really good. For season 1, we have 500,000 rands, and for season 2 as well, we've got 500,000 rands, thus combining it to a whooping total of 1 million rands, where indeed FIFA individually has a segment of 84,500.
That's
That is just GG's, mate. GG's indeed. And these 8 players, they have showcased some wonderful plays up until now. But as we move along with our week 7, I'm sure Mobi as well as Milla are here to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? Today I'm just little curious that how Dragon Milla is going to perform in today's match, because
Right.
both the players are still suffering. They will
Yes.
have to move on the top of the table. They're still trying their level best.
Exactly.
And Dragon Milla have 3 points. If he's going to win today's match, he's going to maybe get going to total of 6 points, and maybe if he won, then he is going to acquire the position 5th. And we have the standings in front of us. Dragon Milla has 7th position. Yep, he have 3 points, and Mobizilla have only 1 point. So he is looking in a bit of trouble.
Absolutely, this is not looking too good, but then again, that's why we have these two players, and these two players, the way it has been set up for today, it is going to be an incredible show of wonderful skills, because after all, up until now, as we can clearly see on the leaderboard, things have not been going in their favor. Rather, that match that we are looking at for Dragon Miller, that was indeed against Masoom that he won, and that too was because of the fact that Masoom was not able to play that day.
Yep, that's
So
true.
again, I mean, looking at the stats on paper, both of them had a very tough grind against all the players, but hopefully against each other, they're going to showcase some wonderful synergistic play. With that, let's get match number 1 and 2 started, of course. But for that, of course, we do need to move on to the casters in
Yeah.
a minute's time. In a minute's time. What we'll quickly segue into is the prediction. What do you think between these two lads? Again, on paper, they are looking very neck and toe together.
Yep.
But who do you think amongst the two would probably be the
I think so that in the previous match, in the previous day, that Dragon Miller is still trying to improve his gameplay. He
True.
scored 2 goals,
Right.
which is a sign of improvement, right? And I think so if he's going to maintain the same momentum, and if he's going to focus that at which time I have to pass, and I can able to score a goal. That is the main thing. So I think so
Absolutely.
that Dragon Miller is going to perform well today.
All right, well, that's the prediction coming in from the analyst desk. Now it is over to our casters, and let's hear their prediction as well before we head into match number 1, of course. With that, let's throw it to our casters, who once again are none other than Snare and Chickday. Over to you, mate.
Thank you very much, Blotter. We are happy to be here as always. We have a match on our hand tonight, Snare. We have Mobi taking on Mr. Dragon Miller. Battle of the
Yep.
bottom, it seems, right now, Snare.
You know, I actually kind of like these kind of scrappy matchups at the bottom of tables, because what it ultimately ends up meaning is that somebody's actually competing to get their first proper win on the board, which, you know, going this deep into it, it's kind of surprising that, especially Mobi, we're kind of expecting more from him. But at this stage of the competition, it's now sort of do or die, right? You're pretty much given up all hope of being able to finish in the top 4, top 5 for now. You're just trying to make sure that you go down at least normally. It's okay. You know, that there's no possibility of you leaving this going forward. So right now, I am hoping as well that we finally get to see Dragon Miller come away with a W. Not to say anything bad about Mobi, but, you know, Dragon Miller's had a rough time. It's been difficult. It's been tough. You know, we want some love for the boy. The spring has just begun. So if this is not the season for a good gift for the boy, I don't know what it is.
Oh, Snare, I love your attitude. So, for this matchup, I mean, Dragon Miller's had a rough tournament, as you said so far. Had a lot of rough matches, get knocked 8, 9. I mean, I think there was 1-11 as well. So, this time, he has done a lot better in his last matchup against Unfazed. He only got knocked like 2 or 3, which was like much better than we expected. He played a much better game, and it was a case of like the difference was the way Unfazed played him and the way Riyasat played him the day before. In those weeks leading up to this was where it was like Riyasat was messing about in times and still hitting him for 7-8, where Unfazed was like going full on, and it was still only a 3-goal deficit in the end. So Dragon Miller definitely finding some form here in this tournament. Let's see if he can keep it up today, though.
I'm definitely hoping that he has the juice here. Mobi as well is also looking for his first overall victory here. He's had a bit of a rougher go of things, so we haven't always seen him, so we haven't been able to, at the very least, see what he's able to show. But now they're going to be going into this one. No matter what the case might be, both of them desperately need to get a W right now. So Dragon Miller most likely still playing with this Liverpool. And what do you think prediction-wise for the goals? I'm thinking it's probably going to break 2-1. I'm not sure who's going to win, but I think 2-1 is probably a reasonable prediction for this game.
I mean, you could go either way, right? I think obviously Mobi's still the favorite. I think for me, it's been, like you said, a very underwhelming performances from him so far. They showed signs of brilliance in the first round, but
that's what we like to see. The signs of brilliance, like you were just talking about, coming out instantly as he did. Oh wait, it's not a goal. Offside. Feels bad. Feels bad. That's quite unfortunate that ends up happening. He's going to try again right now, though, getting the pass through. Oh, this time it is going to be a goal. Clean and through. Beautifully done right now by MobiZilla. Getting the first goal started with Ben Yedder. It was looking difficult the first time around, but now he finally gets it through here, Camille. So this is not a good sign, right? We're hoping for some better things to come from Dragon Miller, but now already we get ourselves into a situation where he's down 1-0 in the opening minutes of the game already. Umzansi having a situation. We have a situation right now where N'Golo Kante, with the ball in the middle, looking to try and already put the nail into the coffin right now. The pass doesn't end up connecting through onto Virgil van Dijk. Does end up getting stopped. I kind of like what Dragon Miller, at the very least, is trying to adapt defensively. We did see this a couple of times over the weeks, where after conceding 1 or 2, sometimes even 3 goals, that's when his defensive prowess will start to kick in. But hopefully it comes out a little bit sooner here today. Fabinho recycling the ball deep into Robertson. No opportunity for a pass just yet. Now finally finds Sadio Mane. Can he get this cross into the box? This is his favorite technique right now on the side of Dragon Miller. Unfortunately though, this is an unused technique by most professional players for a reason. Gets sniffed out instantly, and now, wow, what a deep cross coming in from MobiZilla. He's in with Kingsley Coleman, looking for the passes. Back into the middle of the pitch. Antoine Griezmann is there to receive it. Can he get these passes through? In through to Ben Yedder yet again, but the shot goes awry. This time around, way off target. And it's still going to stick at 1-0 in favor of MobiZilla. Still though, it was nice pressure to see him being put on there.
And Mobi, we had a lot of question marks around him to start off this match, but he's showed up so far. He got that ultra early goal, defending pretty solid so far as well.
This might be the chance though. Oof, nice defense, as you were just saying right there. Instantly gets cleared away, and he may be setting up for an aggressive play here. But hopefully, I think Dragon Miller should know that this is coming, right, and have a way to stop this. He should be prepared. Do you think this is going to be a goal? Nope. Does get defended nicely. You think he's doing enough right now, Camille? Dragon Miller kind of feels like he needs to, at the very least, try something new, right? Because these flank counter-attacking plays from him haven't necessarily been a thing that's worked out the best for him up until this point, but he's sticking by his guns with the strategy.
Yeah, I think he's crossing plays, the way he runs on the wing, he tries to get those balls in with the long balls. It's a good strategy, but I don't feel like it's enough. That can be your main strategy in FIFA 20. He needs to be part of his repertoire, but he needs to add more to it, because at this point, it's kind of an unpredictable play with the meta of FIFA 20, but at this point, everybody knows what's coming when they play Dragon Miller, because we've seen him play so many times in the same way. So he definitely needs to be adding to that. I agree with you there, Snare.
Now let's see. Hopefully he's going to be preventing an addition of goals coming in his direction. MobiZilla is inside the box with Mbappe. Oof, not going to stop it. 2-0. Damn, that was nice. It kind of looked like he ran straight at him, and Dragon Miller was completely unprepared for that. He was sort of overthought himself, thought an additional touch was going to come. It did not. Instead, Mbappe squares himself up and gets the goal through. 2-0 up. Can he come back, do you think?
It was an excellent finish from Mobi, and his composure was on point. But like you say, it's 2-goal lead in 30 minutes already. So we'll see what Dragon Milla can do to come back with this. But right now, it looks like he's in a rough position again.
No shot coming in. Does get stopped out, but the ball, the danger is not over just yet. Ben Yedder back with the ball in possession, getting the pass back into Mbappe. Oof. Oof, Dragon Milla with Wijnaldum. Close call there. I don't think he has enough players fourth just yet to try go for a counter black, but he's going to try for it now, Camille. What do you think? Is this going to be... I don't think he's positioned enough for this.
He can try though. He's still holding the ball in the midfield quite nicely. Just need that one opportunity with Sadio Mane in the box and he could put him back into this game. But for now, he's not going to find it, Snare.
The opportunity is going to come back yet again for Mobi. He can play a little bit more relaxed. And he is taking more time to consider the kind of touches that he puts out into the ball. Which is a kind of a nice thing to see that though he's still trying to play for the win, he's varying up his play so he doesn't score the exact same kind of goal. Does mean that he gets more variance in his own play right now, but he's getting these touches. He's back into the box. What a shot from Ben Yedder, but the crack gets blocked up, prevented from going in. Dragon Milla not yet 3-0 down, but still in danger. The cross is possible. It's going to go straight in from the corner, but it does get blocked off. And this shot will not succeed through, but still, how is this possible? Every time he tries to get the ball out with the clearance, it's immediately back into the feet of one of Mobizilla's players. And now he's here with Ben Yedder, with the dribbles, with the third goal, the brace for Ben Yedder to cap it off as well. And Camille, we are 3-0 down in the first half.
Mobi heard our criticisms and he's really stepped up to the plate. He's not having any of it from Dragon Milla this time. He's like, listen, we both at the bottom of the log, but me and you, we are not the same. He was coming in as one of the people we thought were threatened for this tournament, and he's really trying to fight for his life in this Umzansi Esports League, because he's still got a long way to go, but this is definitely helping his case now.
Yeah, definitely. If this is the way that he's going to be able to claim his first win, you know, he might have needed this, right? Sometimes you find yourself in a rut, week after week after week, things haven't been going your way. But you get a win like this, at the very least you get a reminder. You're like, wait, what? This guy's ahead of me in the league. No, let me just show him right now. He's inside the box, looking for the fourth one for Pogba. Shot gets blocked though. But yet again, danger's not over. And I can only imagine that Mobi, although he wants this next goal, Dragon Milla is going to be desperately hoping for this whistle to go off and hopefully not off of a goal and just get the ball away from here. Longest 15 seconds of his life as Ben Yedder back into the box right now. Will he get another goal? No, he won't. But the shot, whew! Dragon Milla can finally breathe. The half is finally over. What an ordeal this has been, Camille.
Three goals in the first half. That's no easy mountain to climb from. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of FIFA to still be played, but the psychological effect it's going to be having on Dragon Milla is going to be astronomical right now because, I mean, usually when you play with your friends FIFA and you 3-0 down, that's usually cute, like, man, let's go to the next one. But Dragon Milla still has to stick it out for this leg, the next leg as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. Still an entire second half for him to go. Opportunities do abound, right? I always have this maxim where no matter how many goals you concede in the first half, the fact that you could concede that many goals means that you can score that many goals as well. You know, whether or not it's possible is a different story. But you know, let's hope he can do it right now. So second half off. Do you think he needs to make any tactical changes here early on in the half, or do you think it's the right decision for him to just stick with his guns?
I think he needs to work on holding the ball more. He doesn't have the opportunity to play the game slowly, of course, because Mobi's a very fast-paced player. He can catch you or making sloppy passes as well. But he can't just let Mobi completely control the game. Even though you're 3-0 down, you can't try force it, you can't try rush it. You have to work your way back into goals.
Yeah,
I think that would be the safer place.
Ooh, I thought that cross was going to go through. I definitely agree with that. The difficulties that Mobi's been showing, especially in the second half, or the second part of the first half, how he's been himself being better at controlling these passes in the middle of the pitch. We see an example right now as he regains possession on Ben Yedder now in a threatening position. It does draw a foul. Not in a position for a direct free kick, but this is still dangerous. Several French players going forward. But the attack does sort of peter out for now. It's going to be a goal. Ben Yedder, oh my god, the hat trick. Whew. Okay.
Okay, I'm really enjoying Mobi pushing the envelope here. Like, he needs to get as many goals as possible, right? Because he's really low on points. So he has to win. Every game he plays now is a must win, and how he wins is also important because that goal difference is going to make a big difference in terms of placing on this log.
Definitely. And speaking of goal difference, Dragon Milla, you were speaking about it earlier on. He's been suffering in that regard. So this is going to compound his misery. 4 goals to 0 right now. And I really don't even want to know what the overall goal difference is for him right now. Not looking pretty good. At the same time, though, like you mentioned, because Mobi is in this position, he can't afford to rest right now on 4 goals either. He needs to keep scoring because he has to keep in mind that some of the players that are right above him in the log, such as Metronome, such as Riasa on EB, hold that thought, Coleman inside the box does get dispossessed. But these players have beaten Dragon Milla with the 6, 7, 8 nils. So he needs to, at the very least, be able to match that if he has a hope of being able to climb the log from his position right now.
Yeah, the only one who didn't manage to amount a massive goals was Unfazed. So the rest of them, he's got to capitalize where they did as well. The unfortunate thing to say, but this might be another chance for him, Snare. Passing the ball around nicely. Griezmann with the finish. Oh, and he makes it. Left corner. Exquisite finish.
Oh my god, what a goal coming in right there. Mobi Zilla with the 5th one. Antoine Griezmann, first goal of the game. He's been instrumental to some of the previous ones, but nonetheless making it work fantastically this time around. And that was the 5th one. He was already hunting for the 6th. The pass not called as offside in a very awkward angle right now does get taken out of play by Virgil van Dijk. A potential opportunity for him to be able to get a corner cross through. It does come out, but yet again, Virgil van Dijk, the potential hero for Liverpool, ensuring that there is no goal. Mobi still not satisfied though. Small mistake there. This will give the opportunity for Dragon Milla to potentially intercept the pass, and indeed he does. Unfortunately, doesn't end up making enough of it to have a convincing play. Does get this pass through to Mo Salah. There's going to be the cross. Oh, that was interrupted. I think that's going to be a foul. Yeah, it is. Mobi. Okay, does end up defending from the free kick. But Dragon Milla is not done just yet. Gets a cross deep into the box. Ooh, hits the crossbar. I think that was going out anyway, and the crossbar just kept it in. If this results in a goal for Mobi Zilla, this will be the worst luck ever for Dragon Milla now. The run into the pitch. He's going to be able to get the pass through. No. The defense does mount. Stays 5-0. But 6 feels like it's coming ever closer. Dembele with the dribbles outside the box, down into Mbappe. Nice touch at the very last second there. Fabinho ensuring that there is no further goals. But I'm not sure he's worked hard enough as Kingsley Coleman instantly in front of his own pass from Fabinho. And the hero ends up making a tragic mistake. So the ball is still in dangerous territory right now for Dragon Milla. Does manage to get himself into another dangerous position.
With his life there was so much pressure. So much pressure mounted from Mobi Zilla. And he's not moving just yet, Snare. Passing around the ball nicely. Got a lot of space. Mbappe trying to make this run in here.
Oof. Nice collision in the very middle of the box to make sure that the ball doesn't end up going through. And that could have been a really bad thing. But fortunately for him, he sort of maintained his composure. Unfortunately, not able to display that kind of thing in the entire game. But does find himself dispossessed yet again. Is this a goal, Camille? Is this number 6? Okay, it doesn't seem like it is. Unless Paul Pogba. My God, look at the strength. He literally just muscles his way through the entire Liverpool backline. And runs a 6th goal into the net. Oh my God, what kind of Goliath plays are these?
Absolute titan right now. He just looks unstoppable. And that's Paul Pogba being used at his absolute finest there. When he has that ball, you can never dispossess him. He's just too strong. The skills, everything, complete package there.
You know why I love that player, right? But unfortunately, the only other time you get to use him in this game, you actually have to pick Man United. So that's why I love the French team. Get to use Paul Pogba with actually a good team. It feels good.
The dirty secrets coming out there.
There's always dirty secrets, always a hidden angle, man. Speaking of hidden angles, Ben Yedder, deep here in the pocket on the touchline, passes it to Griezmann, was looking for the pass into Mbappe. Very, very fortunately for Mobi Zilla, Does get the dispossession there. This might be finally an opportunity for him. No, he shouldn't have gone for the cross, my friend, but this might still be a chance. It gets blocked. Firmino gets the shot off the volley.
That was so close.
I would have really preferred if he went for just a through ball. I think there was enough space for the pass. And unfortunately, he also messes up the corner. So now he's in a bad position. Comes the 7. I have a feeling. I have this bad feeling. Oh my goodness. Peñeira with the ball in the box. Looking for the dribble through. Doesn't manage to get it off. Virgil van Dijk. Whew. The hero.
Oh, that's one of the few times where your gut has been incorrect. And I think it's one of the few times you're grateful for that snare. And this might be the chance now for Dragon Milla to get a chance for the counter. Oh, but the tackle just too good for a run there. Oh man, Mobi's defense solid as a rock right now.
Yeah, it's just way too good. No possibility of him really folding at this point. He's going to be keeping this clean sheet. He is determined and resolute in this. And he's looking for the next one. Does get denied. It's going to stay at 6. Whew. Dragon Milla, my friend. I'm so glad this only stayed at 6. But unfortunately, that was only leg number 1, my friend. There's going to be more. There's a second leg coming. Can Dragon Milla stop this? Can he stop the train? What's the goal difference going to be in the second leg? Can he at the very least keep this underneath double digits somehow?
6 in the first leg is a hell of a lot. I mean, I think Julio only made it up to 11 total in the 2 legs. And I think the most was Masum at 13 against Dragon Milla. So Mobi's getting there. I mean, he's in the conversation for the most goals against Dragon Milla with 6 in the first leg. So he has to go 8 if he really wants to break the record. But anything over 5, I would think he'd be very happy with. Because he's in the same range as everybody else, Dragon Milla, right? It's not about just winning here. It's not enough. It's about scoring the amount of goals to put you in range of your competitor's goal difference.
Yeah, he needs to
he has done it in the first leg. No disputing that.
Done a fantastic job here in the first leg. Definitely earning his stripes, showing off why he's on this bravado squad. He's like, yo guys, listen. Can you just imagine at the team house how right now he must be getting clowned by everybody else? They're like, come on, buddy. You can't come home, come back to the ranch, not at least having gone through the trial of being Dragon Milla and also not ending last here in the Umzansi Esports League. Imperative game for him. He's got a good showing in leg 1. Dragon Milla, we spoke about this before the tournament even began. He's going to be rolling with the big boys now. This is a much bigger league than he's accustomed to. He's learning. He's going to try to adapt. Oh, look at this adaptation. My boy, picking France. That's what I like to see. When in doubt, pick France. This is good times. Whether or not it's going to be effective is a different story. But we shall see coming in from him. We already see an early goal, though.
Oh my god, what a finish.
That came out of nowhere. Are you kidding me?
It was such a tight angle. If wait for the usual low shot that people go for in FIFA, there's no way he goes in, but he goes for the absolute top corner. Look at this. Sensational. There is no better strike out there than that one from Antoine Griezmann.
That was absolutely perfect. Mobi, 7 goal difference now for him. And this adaptation, Dragon Milla doesn't seem like he's used to the French team just yet. And the goal comes even earlier than what we saw in game number 1. And Antoine Griezmann, with putting them on the score sheet, more importantly, giving Mobi even more confidence. He's got this beautiful pass into Peñeira, goes around the slide tackle, dribbles himself into the box, swagging on his homie, getting the goal out onto Dragon Milla. 2-0 up in 6 minutes.
I got a feeling that it's going to be even more goals this time around. He scored 2 in 8 minutes. Dragon Milla has to do something to stem the bleeding here because there's an absolute onslaught from Mobizilla so far.
Oof. What he's going to be able to do to come back against this is unknown. He's made the switch up into this French team, so a little bit more balance in his midfield and with defensive options. Still going for these crossing type of plays. And at the very least, he does have these much stronger players like Paul Pogba and N'Golo Kante. He's going to try to utilize them now, getting the ball.
I think that the midfield of... Oh, he's in a decent position, yes, there. The midfield of France is significantly better than Liverpool, I feel. But the wingers, that's the big difference. And the way he likes to play with his crosses and such, I think he might be a bit out of his comfort zone playing with the France team instead of Liverpool, yes, now.
I mean, he's definitely out of his comfort zone, but You know, I kind of feel like the comfort zone hasn't really been working out that well for him up until this point.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Maybe some
Made a
discomfort
lovely
might
ball
help
pass
out.
here, though. Ooh, but the second cross, he just rushed out a bit. I feel like he could have taken his time. They had endless amount of space.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, sometimes the ball gets there before you're fully ready for it. And then you think you have a little bit less time than you do. Then you end up pulling the trigger too fast on the play. Now he might get punished for this. Beautiful pass from N'Golo Kante into the box. But this time around, not today. He's ready for Ben Yedder, not this time around.
I just think it's just a bad utilization of how the meta of FIFA is right now. Sometimes in FIFA, unfortunately, you have to just like with the plays to the bylines in FIFA 20 is just too strong. You have to use that and abuse it if you're a lot of these players.
Abuse is certainly a thing that we've seen that leads to many goals. And he's trying for more. Mobi has definitely been using every available trick in the current meta of FIFA 20. And he's now inside the box yet again. Oof! Ben Yedder, the shot doesn't end up going through. Slight miss. And I think Dragon Miller will be extremely
That was
happy.
an ambitious finish.
I mean, he had to try, right? He had to try. After that first goal that you got with Griezmann, aren't you feeling like you can score anything right now?
Yeah, for sure. On the first touch with Ben Yedder, I would have taken my luck there as well. He could have went in very easily, but he didn't have to play the safe play. He could have gone for the ambitious finish. No issue with that. And now he's going to have a chance to attack once more there. Passing the ball around nicely in the midfield. Mbappe going to make the run there, but the pass not going to be good enough to make it through the defense.
Very nicely done to prevent that goal from coming out.
Nice.
This might draw a foul. Doesn't end up being a foul, but kind of messing up there. Rare mistake from Mobi in the series at the very least. Getting that pass off a bit too prematurely. But Mbappe still dribbling outside the box, and the goal off the crossbar. Gets the third one. Took a little bit longer than the first two, but it comes just as inevitably. That was sick.
I don't know if you remember that match between Arsenal and Man City last year in the December time where Arsenal scored the first goal and it looked like it was going to be a good game. And then there was that run that was made by, I think it was Sergio Aguero, and 3 Arsenal players just fell over in defense. And that's what I felt like happened to Dragon Miller here. His defense just crumbled there. Mbappe had an endless amount of space. That should never be happening. But it did. It did. So now we're up to 3 goals from Mobi in the first 29 minutes, which matches the first half space at least for goals there.
Yeah, but that's the thing I'm scared of, because what I don't want is, and he needs to absolutely keep this underneath double digits no matter what, but he's staring down the barrel of it thus far. And it's not looking like he can prevent the plays that might happen to ensure this, because here's Kingsley Coleman in the box, but the pass, I'm not even going to by that by calling it a shot. The pass a bit lackluster, and the goalkeeper easily able to keep it out. Kingsley Coleman, though, this time a pass to Ben Yedder. That's a shot, baby. Ben Yedder knows. Ben Yedder's like, let me show you, guy. Let me show you. Just give me the ball. I will score the goal. There we go. 10 goal difference for Mobizilla.
You give Ben Yedder space with the amount of power he has in his shot. He's going to put it away every single time. And now he's a bit ahead of pace from the first game. He's up to 4 already. This is an absolute massacre right now, man.
Oof. Unfortunately, we are outside of the range with Dragon Miller's numbers by themselves. But let's hope these are not scorelines for this game. Kingsley Coleman back on the ball. Bear in mind, this is only 35 minutes into the first half. Still a lot of time left in this half and then the game overall. Ben Yedder with these beautiful dribbles. Doesn't get the pass out though, but definitely a foul. Might even be a yellow card for Varane there.
I think it's a bit far to try his luck, but he might go for it anyway. He's going to go for the short pass, the much safer play. Now he's in decent position on Kante, but ooh, the dispossession is there.
Yeah, regrettably.
Dragon Miller giving himself a lifeline there for the moment.
He's got this, maybe? Nope. Come on, no! I think that was definitely too soon. Didn't hold up the run as much as he should have. But still, though, signs of life, right? He still has the ball right now. He still has an opportunity.
Like, that plays a perfect, example of, his tactics is really good, right? If he played, a normal way of FIFA and he fell out randomly, I think that would have been a goal, but you could see that Mobi was completely ready. The cross was coming, so he put his defender in the right position, and that play was just before it even happened, just because of how predictable Dragon Miller's play style has become at this point.
Speaking of predictable, this has also
Mobi
become a
has a good
better
chance
feature
here.
of the series. Oof. That was close. That was close. That was close. Almost made it. Almost made it.
Yeah, well, we didn't have the
It's gonna
greatest
be the
angle
fifth one.
there. If
At
we
this
really
point, I
wanted
feel
to
like
score that
it's-
goal, he would have went for the near post.
Might be able to score this one though. Griezmann back on the ball. Does get tackled out though. And it does go out of touch. So one more play will be left in this game, and that play does seem like it's going to belong to Mobi. Is it going to be a game-saving, game-winning play? Well, he's already won the game basically, but not going to be able to get the next goal. And the whistle will sound. Dragon Milla. Whew, yet again, definitely happy that the first half is over. That's what he needs right now. The first half is finished. I'm done. I just need this to be as over as quickly as humanly possible, but with as little actual play happening on my side of the pitch. But he's going straight back into this yet again, changing up nothing from what he did in the first half.
I think at this point it's a level of tilt, right? You were saying that he needs to try the second leg, not go over double digits. Well, we're already there. It's 10 goals in total. 2 legs, Mobi has scored on top of him. So I wouldn't be too upset to think that Dragon Mill is like, you know what, it is what it is. I'm going to take my L's and move on, right?
But he's fighting.
Plays your passing the ball on nicely. This is why he's here and I'm not.
He has that winning mindset. Just needs to polish up on the play to get there. But still, he's playing this out. All across these weeks, right? No matter what the scoreline has been, one thing that's been consistent is that Dragon Milla keeps playing. Doesn't give up. Doesn't end up just completely switching off. So the flicker of light flame is there. You know, got the warrior spirit. Just has to be able to cultivate his punches. He is in now with these passes. Ben Yedder getting the ball back into Mbappe. And this time around, Dragon Milla has all the defenders in the box. He's like, no, my friend, this pass is not happening. If you're going to score a goal, you just have to shoot from really far away. I'm blocking everything. What a G.
Yeah, lovely defense coming up from Dragon Ball again. Like you say, his mentality is really good because even though he's losing a lot of these games against all the titans in ZA FIFA, it's for him, he's the new guy on the block, right? This every game is a level of experience. He gets to learn how the Mobi, the Julios, the Masums play. And talking about the Mobi goes for the strike. Pogba just sails it over the crossbar there, though.
Unfortunately, sometimes in FIFA 20, Paul Pogba plays like the real Paul Pogba. And no success coming in from that shot. Mbappe dispossessed by Lucas Hernandez.
I mean, this was the maximum shade to Man United, but remember how good Pogba was before he in that team?
Yeah, it was amazing. He was going to be a Ballon d'Or winner. Now, but also I'm a Chelsea supporter of hashtag Fernando Torres, so I don't think I have space to talk. So Ben Yedder now, with these dribbles, getting it through onto the wing. Kingsley Coman looking for a cross back into things, but nope, no crossing. Still just going to float over the ball, passing it around. Looking for the perfect opportunity back into the box. Griezmann forced off the ball. The 5th goal for this game will not happen. We are still at 10. It's not 11, it's not 12. Still is just 10. So it's not that bad, quote unquote, compared to where he's been before.
Here's another perfect example. Like Dragon Milla has the bodies going forward there in his attack, but he tries to make the through cross a little too quick. Like he's forcing it a bit. He just needs to be a bit more, trust himself a bit more, I think.
Speaking of trust,
in these games, but now facing a counter attack. And Mobi puts it away. We still got the ball with Coman to Mbappe.
Penalty. Yeah. Penalty.
Oh man, because we mentioned Man United, that's why. Bruno Fernandes. Mobi puts it away as expected. That was a very clean penalty.
Yeah.
That was a very clean penalty.
He took it very quickly, didn't waste any time. You're just like, I'm trying to get this ball into the net, man. Get me the 5th goal. I'm close to getting 6 in both games already. Mbappe, that was a nice dribble, and Ben Yedder does end up rushing onto the ball. Keeping possession of this. Might this be finally the chance that Dragon Milla needs? It's inside the box. He draws a foul. Was that a foul or offside? Yeah, it's a foul. So here comes a free kick. One of the rare opportunities Dragon Milla has. Will he be able to put this away?
But if I want to take the chance with the shot, though, he's gonna have to make the pass, I think. Oh, he's gonna go for it?
Nope.
Oh no, he does.
Yeah, I went for it. I agree that it was a bit too far out, that it might have been better off to try and play a bit more patiently with that one.
And if you want to go for that low, like, beneath the wall shot, you need a lot more power than what Dragon Miller put on there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good tactics for in FIFA, but I've seen it happen in real football, though, when you really go and it happens with crackers like that.
Oh, speaking of crackers, Griezmann back
oh,
inside the
what a
box.
skill.
No goal, no goal. Not just yet, not just yet. But that might be a missed opportunity here because Paul Pogba went for the slide tackle. That puts this player out of position completely, so he has another opportunity to go for the goal. Unfortunately, Mobi, his own Pogba, not on pace with the through pass, so will not find himself on the correct side of that possession. Still though, here looking for another shot. He really has cleaned up a lot here in the second portion of the game here. Dragon Miller on his defense. It's not enough. It's not enough because, you know, we're well past that point. But it's kind of frustrating to have been seeing this week in and week out, that his defense gets this much better, this deep into the game. And it might be like, but we did kind of expect this, right? That he's going to be playing primarily for the experience. No matter how he has to game it, right?
Yeah, sure, he makes a couple of defensive. He makes a few defensive errors, right? It's expected. I mean, we look at a player like Divac who's on top of the log. He makes a lot of defensive errors with the other pros in this tournament. But his attack is so dangerous. It doesn't matter. If he concedes one goal, he doesn't care because he knows every single time he has the ball, it's an opportunity for him to score again. And I think that's the issue with Dragon Miller. I think his attack needs to get significantly better. He alleviates some of the pressure on his defense. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
No, that definitely makes sense. Put the opposing player on pressure, ensure that they're not in a situation where they're always able to exploit any defensive errors you do have. And now, speaking of defensive errors, Ben Yeda in the box looking for another goal. 6 in. You're going double or nothing. Ben Yeda, what a player. That shot. Every time this man's able to get himself with a sliver of space inside the box with this particular player, it always results in a goal. And now, Mobi has evened out or has done what he did in the first leg. 6-0 back-to-back. He needs to stop right now for symmetry, right? Like he doesn't need to mess this up. Come on, man.
I was thinking the same thing, like how it feels so good. You have such a consistent performance. 6 goals in the first leg, 6 goals in the second. But you could also be looking for that improvement. You know, 6 the last time, 7 this time. Is he going to find it? He's got 2 more minutes here. Passing around the ball nicely. Pogba holding it up here.
Ooh,
making
that's a beautiful goal.
Is Griezmann going to put this away? Surely, and he does. 7 goals for Mobi.
That pass.
I bet you he's listening to the streams there. He was like, these guys saying I'm going to set off for 6. Nah, I'm going to go and get 7.
There's no way that you're at this point and you're thinking to yourself you don't want to get 7, right? With how good you're feeling with some of the goals you pulled off. These have been some of the most beautiful goals we've seen the entire Umzansi League, and he's going for yet another one. The pass through to Mbappe. It's definitely going to be 8. The ball gets recycled back off Hugo Lloris into the waiting feet of Griezmann. There's the 8th goal. You were saying that it might be amazing if he somehow gets the 8, but he gets it.
Hopefully Production can give us feedback here, but I think that is the highest goal tally so far, 14. Or at least tied for the highest, because the last I remember was 13 goals. That's 14. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Mobi. In the last 2 minutes, he turned it up so much as well. Griezmann, the man of the hour. Mobi absolutely slaying it. Solid stuff all around.
Yeah, like just a bonkers performance, right? Coming in right there from Mobi. And he got going from the minute, right? It's one of these things where it wasn't even building up. There was no whistles. There was nothing done from there. So that was just... Honestly, my mind is blown. I'm sure Kamsa's mind is blown. Panel, Phoenix, please save us. Save us from the wreckage that has been Mobi against Dragon Miller.
Thank you so very much, Casters. Indeed, dude. What a game. What a game. I mean, you talk about Casters because, well, this was a blessing.
Yeah.
Casters were talking about, are they going to be able to break that record? Yes, indeed. The top level game, indeed, with most scoring goals, 14.
That's literally tremendous performance coming from the Movizilla side. I mean, seriously, what he just did, what he's have in mind, what he's thinking basically
Is incredible.
He scored the first goal in the first leg. He scored 6 goals total in the first leg, and in the second leg he just scored 8 goals. what Dragon Milla is doing, Dragon Milla is trying his level best. He's still trying to score 1 or 2 goals. He want to do that, but unfortunately, Mobizilla is so perfect that
Yep.
he's amazing. I'm out of my words right now.
Dude, indeed. I mean, the plays coming in from Mobi was spot on every single time. Whereas on the other side, Dragon was just not able to find the ground in the game. The entire game, leg 1, 2, leg 2. Just a swift ride for the dude. I mean,
Yeah.
it was because one goal after the other after the other. We did see though in second leg where eventually there was a bit more of a standstill.
Yep.
Right, where indeed the aggressiveness was kind of been pushed against the Mobizilla's aggression, and Dragon did have the game in his hands at that point in time, but of course the goals were so far off that it was too difficult.
Yep, that's true. And we have the final standings, and Mobizilla at the 6th position with 4 points, and Dragon Milla at the last position, one more again, and having only 3 points. They both played 5 matches, and if we talk about Unfazed as well as Abby Bruce, both the players have played 4 matches. I think so. Next matches they are going to face against each other. I think so. They are going to. But right now, Mobizilla is amazing. Right,
Yep.
because he's literally flying, as you just mentioned. Because whenever he got the ball, he's just aiming for that goal. He want to score a goal, and every single time he just scored that goal.
So true indeed. Every single time the opportunity arose, well, we were every single time bringing it into a replay because it was a goal. Every single time there was aggressive play coming in from Mobi, it did turn into a goal. That's what Dragon really needs to question and understand. Why and how can it go so wrong? Where is it going so wrong? Because again, he is still part of the league. There's
Yep.
still 3 weeks remaining, and still, of course, that implies that there are matches remaining for the lad, and he can very well try and because one match, if from 8th position you can move on to 6th, well, 3 matches you can move all the way from 8th position to even the first top 3.
Yeah, that's true, and he just want to focus at what the mistakes he did in this match, and he can. I still hope that he can improve on his
Right.
gameplay, and maybe he's going to play better in his future game.
Absolutely, that will be, of course, what we shall hope and keep our fingers crossed for. But with that, congratulations to this wonderful, wonderful play coming in. I mean, 14 goals, dude, who would have thought? But indeed, with that, we do reach the end of our FIFA 20 segment. Stick around as we go on a short break, because coming right up is going to be the semi-finals, where indeed we are again in week number 7, and PUBG 20 teams are going to be rattling it out, battling it out. So do stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello and welcome once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and I certainly do hope you are ready. You are ready for some incredible, aggressive weekend of esports. Right now, what's about to get started is, of course, some PUBG Mobile, where indeed 20 teams have been battling it out. This is week number 7. Last week is when they started it off in semifinals, and of course, from 20, only 16 move on forth. I'm your host, Blotter. Joining me on the analyst desk for some more chit chat, it is none other than Bane Fixes.
Thank you so much, Blotter. But yes, last week has been quite eventful
Wow.
since the semifinals have started, with the way teams have been playing so far. And obviously, we must take a look at the prize pool that
Absolutely.
we have this time around.
Dude, I mean, again, every single time the screen is on, it is a smack onto the face. You're looking at 493,000 rands, the
lot of
prize
moolah.
pool, the massive prize pool for PUBG Mobile teams, and that is awesome. That is incredible motivation, and of course, along with that, to be the number 1 of Umzansi Esports League Season 1 is going to be an incredible crown to wear.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the first tournament of its kind has come up, and if you are the champions, and along with the prize money, it's the respect that you get and the way esports develop in your region. But yeah, getting back to today's games that we have lined up,
Right.
we have Sanhok and Vikendi. One is a very, very fast-paced map where you have fights right off the get-go, and the next map is kind of slow. It starts off slow, and once you hit that 5th or 6th circle, it's all chaos, it's all pandemonium. So I'm
Exactly.
really excited.
Waiting for that mayhem to kick in, but of course we're going to start off in this wonderful Sandhawk, where indeed it is going to be a very gritty match. But before we get into that, let's also segue in with our storyline thus far, and the storyline is amongst these teams, the semi-finalists, the 20 teams, starting off from Team Vibe, INV Gaming, House of Anubis, Dark Dragons, Oxyum Elite, Spaza Gaming. They're all wonderfully, incredibly talented teams, and there's nothing separating. Alright, maybe quite Stormy Sports. They need to do a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, quite stormy sports. You have Citizens. You have even Outsiders Official, Ikasi.
Right, yes.
They are the teams that really have to step things up. But I just hope they've worked on their basic gameplays and improvised on a few strats. But there you go. Godsend Temper, BBC. For You Quest and Blink. You know, I've been casting the PMCO wildcard lately, and
Right.
there is also another For You Quest in that.
Oh, wow. Wow, I wonder if there is a connection between the two. There might just be, for all I know. But indeed, when we look at the story of the leaderboard, the master leaderboard, Team NFX Unique, mate, right here on number 1. Last time we saw them take that wonderful chicken dinner, a unique play coming in from this team. And the way they've moved on from round 2 into the semifinals seems like a dominating victory for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the way they've picked themselves up after that
Right.
kind of a disappointing performance during the group stages. I really had high expectations from them, and yes, now they are living up to it. But, you know, taking a look at the next page, we have a few teams with a lot of potentials. You know, BBC, we have Team Vibe that was playing amazing. Even Dark Dragons.
Indeed.
All of these teams are struggling right now.
They certainly are for now, but then again, last week when we started off the semifinals, it was the first weekend where the teams were going to start grinding against each other on individual maps. But now, as we move in along with the semifinals, this is going to be the second weekend where indeed now they know what to expect from other teams and their drop locations. And of course, right off the bat, getting into Sandhawk, it is going to be an aggressive game.
Absolutely. It's going to be an aggressive game, and what really will be acting as a catalyst to it is the 20 teams that are going to play. You know, 16 is too much, but
Right.
when you have 20,
Wow.
you are going to see fights right from the start. And you never know, boot camp, we might have 3 to 4 squads dropping in. Even in Paradise, Painan these days, we have seen a lot of western shift happening. Sometimes the circle also tends to go around the eastern side, around to the Bhan area. So a lot of the places have to be very well occupied. And in Sanhok, I have always emphasized on one particular thing, that is when to hit your shots, and
Right.
never overextend your fights.
Exactly, because I mean, another thing that kind of steps into that conversation is that as soon as you take a fight that you're
Yeah.
probably not ready for, well, now it's not only that one team that you were trying to bring down, there's another 2-3 teams around you that you've no idea about, and before you know it, you've been stuck in between a sandwich that, well, there's no way but to be eaten up or eat others. Simple.
Yeah, absolutely. So many teams have been taken down by third parties happening, and that's because of that one small mistake, trying
Yes.
to overcome it, trying to overextend those fights. Because when you are in an engagement, you certainly give away your position to other
Exactly.
enemies, and someone rotating around might just want to get the better of the fight, and might want to secure all those knock kills or anything. It happens in a lot, in fact, in Sanhok. So yes, in Sanhok, my only strategy will be, just be one with the nature. Does
Right.
not matter. When we have almost, 493 thousand rands on the line, obviously I would just sleep my way to victory.
That is so very true. Just Nick, crawl your way through and get into that chicken dinner zone. But with that, of course, it is enough banter coming in from the analyst desk. It is time to get started with match number 1, for which, of course, it is going to be our incredibly talented casters. Once again, it is DK and Pachi.
There we go. Thank you so much to Blots and Fixes. And well, we're quite excited to get into this match. This is our second day going into the Sanhok map. Second, yes. Going straight up into Sanhok and then moving on to Vikendi. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what these teams are going to do. It's of course a bit of a mix-up in comparison to what they've been running into, over all the previous maps and rounds that they've been playing. So yeah, hopefully we're going to see some of that action as the analysts have predicted. So yeah, Betsy, what do you think?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think Blotter and Fixes nailed it absolutely on the head. When it comes to Sanhok in particular, it is don't extend your fights. Do not do it. If you do that, it's overs. I mean, like you said, it becomes an eat or get eaten situation. I mean, we've seen so many teams just get thrown into an absolute chaos state because the blue zone is coming up on there's a whole bunch of teams around them and they can't move because they're taking a fight that's lasted way, way, way too long. So definitely don't overextend your fights. Make sure you're taking the right fights, just like the analyst desk mentioned. Just pick them right. You can't just take all the fights, and you certainly you can't leave them either. So you have to really choose your fights carefully. You know what to do, when to do it. It becomes so much more important, just because of the way things work in such a confined space, So I'm really interested to see how this plays out. The first time we saw this a little bit earlier on, it was insane. And, well, I'm expecting the same to be true this time around.
Yeah, well, hopefully that is what we'll get. And we're waiting now to see where this flight path are going to be taking us and where the teams are going to be heading up into. As you can see, well, we're about to head on up into that plane. Here we go. Ooh, we got a lovely flight path coming in on this match. It's taking us all the way from that western side, heading straight over towards the east. That, of course, being from Tambang side and heading up to just north of Lakawi there. So it's going to be a very interesting flight path cutting straight through the central section of the map. So the teams have quite a few positions to move on up to, as you can see there on the screens. And well, we already have the teams busy making their way down. So now it is just a matter of time to see where these teams are going to go up into and who will be the first ones to get us that early gaming engagement.
Yeah, I'd say with a zone or a flight path rather like this, pretty much anywhere on the map is accessible. You can basically go wherever you like. It's not going to be too much of a difficult thing. You can see the teams really just going ham, getting themselves into wherever they want to go. You can see plenty of teams dropping very similar locations. We've got a Akasi and Odyssey down there towards the south. And actually, the zone going to be heading all the way towards the west, which is going to be quite an interesting one. So this is bound to be crazy.
Yeah, and quite a big section of this map, of course, now being cut off due to the water. So it already limits the amount of playing area the players have got. But you can see the team of House of Anumbis already right here up with the team there from for UQuest. So there is some potential here. Maybe we might see a few more hits now coming in between these teams. And, well, waiting to see also what the players there from Unique is going to do, as we've got them all the way over to... Oh, they landed in Painan. All right, so the teams, of course, all busy making their way around. And, well, we're waiting to see what our top placing teams are going to do. This is, of course, our second weekend for the semi-finals. And it's going to be a really, really tough one. This is, of course, as they mentioned, quite the intense match. Or map, rather.
Well, I mean, it's both at this point. If you really want to get down into the nitty gritty, it is an intense map, and it's going to be an intense match as well. I mean, this whole weekend, I think, of the rest of the semifinals is going to be insane. We're going to see Inspector putting some shots in there. That's, of course, EFX and INV over towards the east. That's just towards the, well, Yeah, that's Lakawi. So we're having a couple of fights already all over the board, but this is definitely going to be proving to be an interesting one. We're seeing some very, very big plays from some of these teams and really putting some numbers on the board.
Yeah, and a definitely interesting one to look at as well is over in Sami, we've got the players there from Inkosi as well as the team from Odyssey. So they are just busy moving around. And of course, on the screen, as you can see, we've got the team here from House of Anubis and Quest. Just holding up in boot camp. No one pushing up too aggressively. They are quite safe in zones, so there's no urgent need for them to move up just yet. So we'll just need to see what are they going to do. Will we see any of the other teams from that eastern side start rotating up in towards the boot camp area? Because it will definitely make things quite interesting as they'll have a little bit of company to go with. But well, as I mentioned before, we've got Inkosi and Odyssey now going at it, and there we go. Some of the shots already flying in. Freezer getting knocked and thirsted. So Odyssey already turning up the aggression.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to watch how this plays out. Of course, we've got a number of teams very close, but that's to be expected on a map like this, and also in boot camp, a couple of teams. But you know, we've seen teams in boot camp before not really know when to take the fight, being sort of uncertain of exactly when the push needs to come in or how to play around that particular area. And I mean, once it gets crowded, it becomes even more difficult, because once that maneuverability, which is already restricted, is gone, it becomes very, very difficult. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out this time around.
As you can see, the teams, of course, now all busy making, well, the two teams over here busy making their way around the Sami compound. And well, hopefully we'll see that engagement continue between the teams. But of course, now looking a little bit further towards the north, we've got the team from Sparza Gaming as well as the players from Quest now going at each other. They're getting quite close, and the shots should be flying up momentarily. You can see the players here from Inkosi now just busy rotating around that southern edge, slowly but surely making their way out. And well, it seems like they're going to try and move up further in towards that zone, completely rotating all the way around the Odyssey team, just avoiding the confrontation for the time being.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of teams up towards that island in the northwest there. They're sitting relatively comfortably. There's no one around them, so they'll be quite happy. That, of course, being the Dark Dragons and the team from BBC there. So they're going to be pretty happy with where they are for the moment. The rest of the teams also just playing with whatever space they can get at this point, making sure that they're not getting too crammed up, because there's going to be plenty of that to come. So they're just keeping themselves a little bit comfortable for the moment, but we are certain to see some aggression now very, very soon. You know, these players are definitely going to start bumping heads, definitely going to start putting those shots in as soon as the rotates come in. And then, of course, as soon as that blue zone starts to move in, that's when the real chaos starts to hit.
Yeah, well, you can see the team here from Sparza Gaming now just making their rotations, or rather, not rotations, just moving about, trying to find themselves in a pretty good position where they can take on the team there from Quest. As you can see, Quest also now starting to push up the hill. We got MG and Zelcro now rotating up. And of course, Rush and Zane still holding back. Staples, of course, making his way across that water and slowly but surely closing in on the players. So maybe we might see that engagement. And we also see the players from EFX as well as Gun about to start bumping heads just a little bit south from here. So once again, there is some potential happening all over the map. Waiting to see which team will be the first team to get sent into that lobby. We haven't really lost many players just yet.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of characteristic oftentimes especially in somewhere like this, where you know that the close quarters is coming, you know that the tight situations are definitely going to be down the road. You don't want to get into them too early, you know, you don't want to throw yourself into any unnecessary fights. But what that also means is that because the players don't really feel the need to move about too much, that also means that the players don't get knocked out, which means that we're going to get into some tight zones with a lot of players. So not only is there limited space, but there's also a ton of players inside that limited space, which is why I think that the chaos is going to be turned up way past 100 as soon as the zone starts to move.
Well, as you can see, that zone, of course, now getting pretty crowded as all the teams are slowly but surely making their way on up into it. You see the players here from Vibe and the Citizens up in the northern section of that zone. The Dragons also right there with them. We've got Temper just on the outlying area there of Bootcamp. And of course, we've got Quiet Storm and the team there from Blink on that eastern side. But slowly but surely, the players are making their way in. We're still waiting for Oxy, the Natural Killers, the players from Reluctant, as well as iEnvy to come into the zone. Then we'll have a super packed zone. And there'll be so many teams still, well, remaining in this game. We've got 20 teams, 74 players Crazy numbers just looking at the size of that zone. That blue zone, of course, now making its way in. And Odyssey now starting to put a quick few shots in, as you can see on the kill feed there. Ooh, nice. So EFX is right there with them as well. You can see the team here, of course, now from Vibe right under the bridge, just trolling a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, we've got an interesting situation here. So the teams have actually rotated up out of Sami, and now they're up just a little bit to the north of that area, moving across from compound to compound. And now we've got a little bit of a train going up. We've got Inkosi moving up the coastline. We've got Odyssey, of course, pushing up here. Mercury holding up in this house, trying to put the shots in. But, well, not going to last very long there. Odyssey quick to deal with him, take him out. So, of course, the lone player from EFX there, the rest of the team had been knocked out a little bit earlier. So not too much of a problem, really, in terms of that. You can see now we're just going to have a look and see what these 19 remaining teams can do. I mean, it's still a huge number compared to, you know, the size of the zone that's about to close in.
Yeah, well, as you can see, the players here from Blink now just making their way around. And just to their south, we got the team there from Quiet Storm. So, well, there's yet again some potential right on the edge of the zone. And iEnvy is, of course, also slowly but surely making their way up in towards the zone. So they might maybe just bump into the teams that we've got going at each other right over here. As you can see, Mr. Rusty right there up in front, keeping a very watchful eye, trying to see if he can find the angle there on the players from Blink. Just lying prone in the grass, waiting for that misstep. And then, of course, to start putting those hits in. And, well, Shroud is the first one up. Shots flying up straight over towards him. Rusty putting in head after head. So this might be a very, very tough zone. I mean, it started off pretty passive. You know, not that much happening just yet. But I really do think as, you know, we start making our way deeper into this match, we're definitely going to see the action now, as well as the team there from Odyssey now putting a quick few shots in towards Gun as they're moving up all the way over in the southern region of the map. And, of course, the players from Blink here still just waiting now for that Quiet Storm team to start pushing up over the hill.
Yeah, this map lends itself really well to gatekeeping, and I mean we're already seeing a lot of that coming out there. The players are moving up towards the east. They're all getting gatekeep up towards the north as well, across that bridge. There's a gatekeeping going on there, and now the shots coming in here from Odyssey. Gun going to be under a little bit of assault, and the zone is going to move in once again towards the southwest, just making things that much more difficult to move inside.
Well, there we go. Silent putting a quick head in to Mr. Slim there. Now we have Pyro, the last remaining player here for the Gun team. He's, of course, now quickly popping out from the back of that rock, just trying to put those hits in, but Odyssey sends him straight back into the lobby. So there we go. Gun being our second team getting sent back into, well, right back into the lobby. But now that eastern and northern side of the zone, just look at that on the map. We got the Citizens and Vibrant, as well as the Natural Killers in that northern section, together with the Dark Dragons. And over towards the east, we got Oxy, the players from Blink, Quiet Storm, as well as iEnvy. So it is going to be an absolute insane part right here, as there's so many teams and everyone is just trying to make it on up in towards zone.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a difficult one, especially now that the zone has even moved even more west, just pushing all the teams up. You can see they're just trying to keep themselves alive, a lot of them trying to make their way into the zone, and, well, plenty of teams making sure that doesn't happen. But, I mean, this is just going to get more and more chaotic as the zone moves in, especially considering it's so much of that zone is water. You know, it's unplayable. You're not going to be able to get in there and put shots from any of that area. So the landmass is so much smaller, and we're going to see these numbers dropping very, very quickly.
Well, we've got the players there from iEnvy now really starting to put a few hits in, as well as the team from Oxy just getting a quick, nice little third-party shot coming in. But iEnvy and Quiet Storm now going at it. We got Mr. Maniac just dropping down, trying to heal up enough. Quiet Storm, of course, now not giving up just yet, pushing in as much as they can. You can see Lone God just holding up his position behind that rock, trying to see if he can find the angle on Slay or Inspector. Either or. They just need that initial hit so they can try and push up. There we go. I'm trying to move in now. Oh, it's going to be super tough.
Yeah, this is a tight spot to be in. I mean, using the trees as cover, trying to pop the smokes, trying to get the Grens in. Everyone's trying to move up and playing in the blue zone as well. Maniac going to be going straight on in. gets taken down. Shots flying in from Rusty, going to be knocking him out. And iEnvy don't get another chance at it. They get taken out. Quiet Storm going to be able to pick that one up, but they need to move quickly to get out of this blue zone. You can see that is definitely the case for a lot of other teams. They're just up to the north, taking some shots as well. Unique and Odyssey also getting into some tussles.
Ooh, man, just like that, Unique swoops in and of course then sends the players there right back into that lobby. So Unique are now really trying to push, you know, they're already in the lead as of the current standings, and it definitely seems like they're trying to increase that lead by as much as they possibly can. And of course putting up a fantastic, you know, set of gameplay there. So yeah, I think we're in for quite a bit of a show coming in from that Unique team. Oh, Temper now getting pinned down there by Spaza Gaming right in the water.
Ooh, that I'm not too sure what led to this scenario, but that's not a great place to be in. I mean, somebody can really capitalize on this, and all they have to do is put those shots straight on in. And Temper might just find themselves on the back end. You can see they're low on HP, and Berserk is moving up. The rest of Spaza Gaming trying to move up, trying to put the hits in. Flake are going to be the first one of 4. Can they make the hits happen, though? They're so low on HP.
Everything's riding on Nos now. The team from Spaza Gaming just pushing up relentlessly, putting in hit after hit. Let's see, will they be able to pull it off? And, well, the hit comes in from the Dragons. What a beautiful third party that was. Wow, just sneaking it on in from that side. And, of course, we got the players from Vibe just on the hill right next to them. So we've got a 3-team shoot off happening right here as the teams are, of course, now all trying to move in, take advantage of what they've got. And, well, beautiful play there by the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we were expecting to see on this map, and definitely not something that we've seen the last of, because things are getting even tighter, and we've got 54 players remaining in this map right now, and they all have to get inside this zone, which has gone even more to the west. It's going to push all the teams up in. The teams sitting in there are going to be pretty happy with that one. They're going to stop putting those shots across to the teams trying to rotate in, but I mean, this is about to get even more crazy because they're running out of space real fast.
Ooh, the shots still flying in, and that is one of the great things that I like about this match is once the zone starts closing in, it is just action, 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 as there's so many teams in the zone. As you can see, the players there from Reluctant also doing quite a considerable amount of damage to the players. Oh, man, that is absolutely fantastic, getting a few vehicles, and well, I don't think it was necessarily a vehicle that they blew up, but the citizens getting sent into the lobby there, thanks to the players from Reluctant. And of course, now we've got the team from Inkosi closing in on them as well as the Dragons. As you can see, just on the inside of zone here, they are moving up. Inkosi, as I mentioned, very close to Reluctant. And let's see, will Inkosi be able to get those hits in, or will the Reluctant team move up and, well, show them how it's done?
Yeah, we're about to see lots of teams now rotating in towards that zone. You can see the shots coming in from Vibe, putting them into panic. Spars are going to try and respond to some of those shots here. Kasi off in the distance as well. You can see on your screen from Reluctant here, they're fighting over the top of the hill. We'll see who comes out on top of this one. Of course, it's a Kasi with a little bit of that height advantage. Could potentially give them some angles, but they have to be careful. Some pushes could definitely come through. Meanwhile, Vibe still putting the hits in across the map. That's all the way up to the north. The fights are definitely brewing. Definitely on the horizon here as the zone moves in.
And it's getting tougher and tougher as these teams get closer and closer together. Everyone, you know, being more and more eager to get that that good placing, and you know, move themselves on up. But the Dragons also are coming in with a big few hits there in the kill feed, as you can see, and Reluctant now just trying to figure out which way around they're going to try and move on up in towards, well, the rest of the zone. Are they going to try and move off to the side, because we've got Inkosi right there. Unique now also moving in from that northern part, or rather just a little bit off in the distance. So waiting to see what they're going to do, but we see the team here from Inkosi closing in slowly but surely. Reluctant managing to hold up behind a few rocks, so they've got a hard cover in their favor. Let's see, will Inkosi be able to find them out and put those hits in, or will the team from Reluctant manage to make their great escape and move on up further in towards the zone?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, that blue zone is on the cusp of closing in and the new zone being chosen, and it's been pretty tight so far, and definitely going to be a decisive factor that's going to influence the decisions being made by these teams here. couple of teams now just on the precipice as well. Vibe and Sparza all on the edge of that blue zone, and Dragons maybe putting a couple of hits across in that direction to stop them from getting in for free. You could see Quest and Oxium, as well as the Exiles and House of, or what is that? That is House of Anubis and someone else. I can't tell you who it is, but they're there. Was that the rest of Quest? It is. So it's Quest split up between House of Anubis and Oxium. So they're in for a little bit of double action here.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, the shots now flying in there from the team from Blink, putting those hits right into Sparza Gaming. The Dragons, of course, now just gatekeeping their section, as you can see, up in that northeastern part. The shots now flying up there from Blade, putting it in right towards Nova and company. So it is, they're making it pretty tough and just holding on to that position, making sure that no one can get in. As you can see, the team here from Oxy also now just trying to move up. The players from Quest also pretty relentless, not letting them escape or get past them just yet. But also then they have the team from House of Anubis just up ahead. So it's a little bit of a tricky one, needing to decide which one to go for first, which team to try and push. As it's going to make their progress a little bit tricky as they try to move up. But Inkosi also now putting in a quick few hits in towards the reluctant team.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. This zone, maybe 500, 600 meters. All of these teams, 43 players, 14 teams need to get on inside here. And you can see that battles are going to be deciding who gets in there for free, or at least who earns their ticket in there, at least. Reluctant and Inkosi here now fighting for some spots. These teams have to go at it before the rotate comes in. Otherwise, some shots right in the back will be the order of the day. Shots now coming in from all sides as well. Even House of Anubis and Quest putting them in there with Oxium. So we've got a lot of fights on the brew. Inkosi and Reluctant need to make sure they don't overextend this fight. This is what we were talking about. If this goes on for too long, it might just be a little too late for them.
And you can see those hits still coming in the kill feed. And well, Reluctant now just down to their last player. So a really great comeback there from Inkosi. You know, the numbers were pretty much tied, moving, well, just a little bit earlier, but now they've managed to put quite a bit of damage into the Reluctant team, and Blitz is the last remaining hopeful there. Smitty, of course, slowly but surely bleeding out. That blue zone now closing in, so they have to start making their rotation up in towards that zone, but I don't think Inkosi wants to risk it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be super tight for them, especially with this blue zone moving in. I mean, this is the pressure that we were looking for, the pressure that we were talking about. This is going to make things so difficult to fight inside. And, well, these teams definitely going to be feeling the heat now. You can see on the map, there are tons of teams over towards the west, a couple of them off towards the north and south, but we've got a number of them towards the east as well. Everyone now moving in, teams moving in from the south. Of course, Quiet Storm there. We've got Inkosi and Reluctant still stuck out in that blue zone. So this is going to be quite a decisive one.
I mean, it's going to be so tough, and yeah, there's hits coming in, and I definitely agree it's going to be quite a decisive match now, well, zone rather, as everyone is just trying to hold on. There's so much damage being done, as you can see the team there from Quest just off on the side, putting a few more hits, and an Oxy's numbers going down. Ooh, Sparza Gaming Deity putting a few hits in, but gets sent out as well. So lobby it is for him, but we also see a lot more action all over the place as the teams now go back and forth, just trying to get those hits in, and the team there from Inkosi and Reluctant still in the same spot that we left them off.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a hard decision to make. You can see here now BBC getting assaulted as the natural killers move up for luck. Going to be taking the hits there. BBC now left with only a few players left. Tons of teams moving up. Inkosi and Reluctant getting taken pretty hard there out in towards the blue zone. Not going to be the best situation to be in, especially considering the new zone is about just under 300 meters across. So not much space for these 10 teams to play with, but we have the 10 teams. So this is definitely just a fight for who gets those positional points, who's going to make it up in towards that chicken dinner. That will be decided in due course.
And well, Quiet Storm now just putting down one of the Quest, well, the last remaining Quest player there as he was trying to make his way up into a zone. You can see Fear now in the kill feed as well, just engaging with the natural killers as they also now try and make their way up into a zone. You can see the Dragons now closing in on Vile up in that northern section. The Outsiders holding up in the ruins, waiting for Storm to close in. You can see Shek, of course, one of the Dragons there up in the north, slowly but surely trying to find that approach in towards the zone. And Blade puts a quick hit in. There we go. Vile getting taken down. And now it is riding on Juicy. And of course, Hippo to make it for the team. So let's see, will they be able to clutch this out? The Dragons also now just about to come into zone. Shots flying up in all directions. Oh man, this is a super, super tough one to come into. And well, we got the players from Unique tapping off shots all the way from that southern side. They of course have a bit of a height advantage there. So they've got quite the reach across the map here.
Yeah, and that could put them in the position that they've been looking for to get those extra points on the board. We know how they've been performing on that leaderboard, and well, they're looking to just get a couple of more points to bump themselves up there and continue what they have been looking for. Now, in the meantime, though, BBC going to be feeling the heat, feeling those hits from the natural killers. The Dragons now off to the north, Outsiders off towards the east, and down towards the south, we've got Unique and the players from Quiet Storm taking a couple of shots at one another. You could see, sorry, moving across the top of this mountain here, Quiet Storm just putting a couple of pot shots across to try and feel for what's going on upside this mountain. But the zone up in the north is going to mean that both of these teams will have to move up. Sunny from Akasi, the straggler for that team, moving up from the south as well. You could see just slowly but surely trying to get his way on into that zone. But this is going to be tight. The blue zone is absolutely relentless, and we've seen it time and again. 6 teams remaining, 15 players left alive, and the number about to be reduced a whole lot.
And it's going to be tough as all the teams now just try and get in. Sunny fighting from out in that blue. Just trying to get the hits in. One manages to land one, but now up comes the natural killers, putting a quick shot in and finishing him off. Unique now getting hit in the process as well, as they of course also now trying to move up. Oh man, it is going to be so tough. 3 teams remaining now as the Dragons get taken down by the natural killers. So all we have left is the natural killers, Unique, and the Outsiders. Those are our 3 remaining teams, and they are of course all now just battling for position in that zone. Unique situated all the way over in that southern side. As you can see, Sorry is the last hope for left there. The Outsiders now trying to find those hits right in towards Sorry. And so far, so good. Landing actually quite a few hits. As the team also now from the natural killers make their rush up in towards zone, dropping several smokes to cover their movements as they come along into that zone. And Hippo manages to find that hit. It is now our final 2, Hippo and Juicy, going up against the whole team from the Outsiders.
Yeah, and the Outsiders looking to leverage that advantage they've got. They're inside the zone. They've got the numbers. They could definitely put this in. The natural killers have to make sure they're doing everything right, and the grins will come straight on in. Hippo going to be taking that one. And now it looks like the Outsiders ready to close this one out, ready to just push straight on up, get the thirsts, and finish this off once and for all.
Let's see. Ooh. Well, there we go. There we have it. The Outsiders getting the chicken dinner, coming in with 6 kills. Well done. What a show. And of course, the natural killers finishing their play off with 9 kills in 2nd place.
Yeah.
Very well done.
A very tough match once again. I mean, you know, I think this is very similar to how we saw it play out the last time that we saw this map. You know, a little bit of a slow start, of course, and then as the players start to get forced inwards, that zone makes things a little bit tight, and the players just trying to get something happening, trying to win and trying to get into that middle is pretty much scramble inside that zone. So, yeah, I mean, well played to the teams, and yeah, I'm keen to see the next one.
Yeah, well, I think on that one, let's head on over to the analyst desk, and we'll see you back in the next round.
All right, thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, an incredible game. Wonderful game from all 20 teams. But right off the bat, one thing that was very dominating throughout the gameplay was those kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And even better than that, finally, Outsiders have done it. Finally, they managed to get a chicken dinner. Like, you know, it's been quite some time. And yeah. Well, amazing gameplay. And it was all rookies. It was absolute mayhem like we anticipated. All the teams were trying to fight for their place inside the circle. And natural killers, yes, kudos to them. And they've been consistent. In fact, they've been very consistent. So, courtesy to that, I would love to see how things have changed on the leaderboards.
Absolutely, because the story on the leaderboard is certainly going to be a bit on the sideways, but that is only for outsider officials, because again, when you look at national killers who were on 2nd position of the leaderboard before this game started, they did end up finishing with 9 kills on 2nd position. So they still are looking very dominating. On the other side though, talking about Team NFX Unique, that is another not only just that team actually, Gun, another one that you
Yeah.
can point out, Godsent, another one you can point out, where teams were just being plucked, genuinely plucked off of the map of Sanhok today. And every weekend, this is what is going to happen now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it does not matter how big a team you are,
Right.
how good a team you are. But if you are in a wrong position at the wrong time, then
Ouch.
you're done so, basically. So that is what happens. That's the entire beauty of Sanhok. All those, that is the reason why it is called as the unpredictable map. So you
Right.
never know what is going to shape out. You never know who is going to have the blessings of the circle in the final zone. And, you know, it all comes down to that. Of course, like you could have seen, natural killers
Right.
did really try to get inside the circle, did
True.
try to put up a fight. But what did happen? The players of Outsiders officials were in a good position. They've had all their 4 players alive. It was a pretty easy game in
Right.
the final circle for them. If you have the better part of the circle, and you know that another team is trying to fight the circle and come in, and that's where you know that you actually won the game, and that is exactly what happened.
That is certainly what we witnessed right there. But indeed, as we moved on along with this map for the second time, or not the second time rather,
Yeah.
because last week we did witness this map played twice, and today as we move on, or rather this week and that we are starting off of course with Sanhok. So I mean, one thing I can point out from the 4 times,
Yeah.
3 times that these teams have played on Sanhok is the fact that they now do know where to expect aggression from, and they are ready. I mean, teams like Inkosi, teams like you would not expect to be taken out kills right off the bat, were the ones bringing in that domination. With that, of course, let's also have a look at the match standings, where indeed Outsider Official were right off the bat wonderful killers, but national killers not that far behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about NF Unique, they did also position pretty well. 6 kills, 18 points. I would love to see how things shape out. But Dark Dragons have also stepped up, and they've got 5 kills. Quite Storm Esports. We've been expecting this kind of consistency, and they've improvised on the kill departments as well. So yeah, Inkosi Esports as well. So all these teams that were struggling before we came in to this week have stepped up. Even Nebel Odyssey. But if you talk about the big names, they have kind of fizzled out.
For now, they certainly have. Again, is it a strategy that they're applying, perhaps, just based on the map? Perhaps that could be a case, because after all, as you move on to the final page, this is where you've got the likes of course, Gun, EFX, Godsent, not the kind of teams you expect to be at that bottom page. But indeed,
Yeah.
that is the case and the story when it comes to the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Gamers United Nation, Godsend Temper, of course, they can look to turn things around in
Indeed.
Vikendi, because it has a different approach. You have to be slower from the start. You have to focus on your positioning. You have to understand where the final curveball goes and
Right.
where does it shift. So I'm
Absolutely.
really excited for the next game.
Indeed, that is so very true. And of course, from that final bottom of that leaderboard, I did have expectations from Gun in this map, but that's okay. Moving on to Wikendi, I certainly will keep those expectations coming in from Gun. But with that, we do also reach that short little break time. So stick around as we're going to short break. Coming after which is, of course, match number 2.
All right, hello and welcome back. We've just come out of quite an insane game over in Sanhok, and it is looking to be super spicy as we move on into another game of the semi-finals here at Umzansi Esports League. It is PUBG, and well, we're going to be diving into Vikendi very, very soon, and it has been quite an interesting set of events that we've had going on here between the teams. We've seen some new teams rising up to the challenge, and well, some other teams maybe falling down a little bit lower on the rungs than they would have expected to be. So I'm definitely very keen to see how things play out this one. We've got a lot of teams that are looking to put their points on the board and well, climb their way up that ladder. So of course, well, DK, what are you excited for, man?
Man, this is going to be super interesting to see. You know, like the teams have put up quite the fight on that Sanhok map, and well, this is our second turn now on the Vikendi one. So it's definitely a little bit of a change up, you know, in comparison to what we see on the other maps and how the teams usually play and rotate on that. So I'm quite curious to see what it is that they're going to be doing in this one, how they're going to be utilizing the terrain, because it changes things up ever so slightly. And well, it's been a pretty tough battle just over these past few weeks in the semi-final alone. The team's really stepping up to the plate and putting in, you know, the performance, giving us that action and making it super competitive. So man, I'm so looking forward to the remainder of this map. And well, yeah, we have a few teams that you know, need to get in, you know, the placement points and the kill points to move up that leaderboard, get into the positions where they want to be. So, you know, this is once again one of those opportunities. Things have changed up. So yeah, let's see who gets those points that they so badly want to get.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is the question. Who's going to get those points? Let's see if the teams can put that on the board. Of course, that's what we all want to see. And I mean, the last time that we saw these two maps, particularly, we saw some very interesting gameplay, especially considering that the teams seemed a little bit slow to start, or perhaps a little bit out of their comfort zone in a way, you know, especially considering the entirety of the sort of first portion of the first stage of the tournament was, you know, just Miramar and Erangel. Now they're moving on to some of the lesser played maps in the tournament, things looking a little bit different. Do you think we're going to see these teams maybe stepping up the game, or are we going to see a similar sort of performance coming in this time around as well?
Well, it depends, because we do have teams that actually, you know, that fare really well on the Vikendi and the Sanhok map, you know. So I think it throws an interesting change into things, because sometimes the teams get a little bit complacent in a sense as to, you know, okay, we're playing the same map, running the same routines, same rotations, and now changing the maps up. You know, the teams have to kind of, you know, rethink the strategy that they've been using for the past few weeks. And that's with the addition of, you know, the Sanhok and the Vikendi map. So it really makes things quite interesting to see how the teams are with regards to adaptability and how they can adjust and, you know, move along and still keep up that competitiveness.
Yeah, well, I'm super keen to see how the teams are going to adjust, if they do, and well, who's going to pull out ahead, because obviously that's what we're looking for. And I mean, Unique been doing a really great job of keeping themselves up there towards the top, so hopefully we see some maybe challenges appearing in the mix, of some potential teams to drop a couple of kill bombs, you know, get some placement points, get themselves up there. Yeah, I mean, I want to see it happen, man. You know, just get us like 20 kills in a team, you know, do something nuts.
No, but one thing that I'm now really enjoying, though, is the fact that the competition is really tough. You know, there's no one particular team that's standing out. You know, it's ever changing. We see one team moving up, one team moving down. You know, it's back and forth, which means it's anyone's game. And at the current moment, the players from Unique are just doing a fantastic job. They've managed to get enough kills in and enough placement points to put themselves right up in that leaderboard, which is, you know, at the end of the day, what the teams want to be doing. And, you know, it's just absolutely fantastic seeing what these guys are capable of, and, you know, just the level of gameplay that they can present. It's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely been great to see coming out from these teams. And I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping for as well. Teams just stepping up, putting some more points on the board, showing us a little bit more competitive stuff coming out there. So yeah, we will be jumping in, of course, to the game as soon as that timer runs out, as soon as these players have had a little bit of time to prepare and warm up and get ready themselves for what is bound to be quite an interesting map to come.
Yeah, well, we're just waiting now to see where this flight path is going to be taking us, and of course where these teams are going to go. But I'm really looking forward to seeing where these teams are going to move in towards. You know, we always see a pretty good fight, especially in the Koroka Villa, Mount Kresnik, you know, that whole central section of the zone. But even when the zone moves up either north, east, south, or west, it also gets pretty exciting. Because I don't think the teams play this map as often as they would like to play it. You know, mainly, they most of the time they play, you know, either the Erangel or the Miramar map, because those are the maps that we see most of the time.
Yeah.
In tournaments and so on. But I mean, yeah, what a great mix-up it is, and that flight path, of course, now just about to take off, and then we can see where it's going to take us. And well, from what is pretty evident, rather, I don't know what I was going for there, but whatever. The flight path is taking us all the way from Dobro Mesto and heading straight over towards just south of Winery. So a very, well, I call it a southwesterly zone there. So cutting off quite a bit of that, you know, eastern edge of the map. Making it a little bit limited there for the teams, but, you know, we'll see what approach they're going to take and where they're going to rotate up into. And who knows, we might even see a few interesting developments come from this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could definitely be proved to be quite interesting here. The teams will obviously have to choose where they want to drop down onto this half of the map, potentially maybe move over to the other side as well, move a little bit more east, start utilizing the empty zone or the empty space of the map. But ultimately, really what's going to be determining, or the big determining factor, should I say, of what the teams get up to here is going to be that zone. And wow, we look at that zone. That is actually disgusting. That is a really tough zone. I mean, that's literally half of the zone is gone already.
Yeah, that's one way to start the match off, though. Is like, well, the first zone, only half of it you can access, and the teams, of course, now not wasting any time putting those heads in already. As you can see, the players here from Temper just heading away at, well, everyone that's around them. And there's quite a few teams dropping up very close together. You can see the team from Gun as well as Inkosi right here with the team from Temper. So a pretty hot and spicy start to this match.
Yeah.
And just looking at the rest of the map as well, as you could see when we were still looking at that, there's so many teams dropping out in nearly what seems to be a pretty straight line. And that means that we're going to see a lot of fights happening between the players, because we have the team from Blink as well as, Blink and INV sitting over in Winery. We got BBC and Reluctant sitting, well, in Tuvar. And then, of course, over in that northern section, we got the players there from EFX, the Citizens, as well as Oxy and Quiet Storm, and then also the Dark Dragons. And then over here on this western side in the zone, we have Gun, Temper, and Inkosi.
Ooh, yeah.
But there's a lot of action going to be taking place all across this map.
Yeah, probably just going to put them into Jasmine. There he goes, done and dusted for them. So that's Inkosi taking quite a bit of damage in the beginning there. And, well, you could see the words bro on the map there up in the top right corner. I mean, that's really a little bit of the reaction for some of these drops here. Gun very close to Temper, close to Inkosi, and a little bit of a bro moment there as they getting hit. They hit the ground and then they get hit by the bullets. So a little bit of an unfortunate start for some, but a little bit more fortunate for others. We'll see how it goes. You can see on your map there, tons of teams towards the north and south. Like you said, a little bit of a line coming in. So lots of teams in very close proximity. But the zone all the way on the west is going to mean that the rotations are going to be absolutely chaos.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely insane. You can see the team here now from, Blink closing in on that INV team. The shots flying back and forth right here in Winery? I almost said Vinery. Winery. But whichever way. And then, of course, a lot of teams now just converging up in that northern section as well. So let's see, will the players here from INV be able to find those hits into the Blink team? As you can see, Superior now making a quick dash. And I think it's Superior that's playing with a broken thumb today. So, well done to you, Superior, for still pitching up and continuing up and onwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big kudos to you. I mean, lots of dedication coming in there. Yeah, that's a pretty good pretty good sort of measure of what's at stake here. You know, the players, they know what they're playing for. They know how important it is to get those points in then, and what could be in the future for them if they get those wins in. For the moment, though, you could see Ninja just trying to hide, doing a little bit of Ninja style. Not going to really work out there. Rusty going to put the final few hits, nails in the coffin there. He's going to go down. And, well, I think this is the start of potentially a lot of fights to come, because once that zone starts moving in, I mean, it's really just going to get really, really messy.
Yeah, and the whole team there from the Citizens, of course, getting taken out. So with that, we are now on 19 teams. Sorry, I can't count today. 70 players. And, well, we've got the players here from EFX just making their way around. We've got Oxy sitting over towards their northeastern position over in Zabava. And then, of course, Quiet Storm over towards the south. And we're waiting for the zone to start moving in. As you can see, there's about a minute and, well, a few spare seconds left until that zone starts closing in. And the teams get forced into this, well, ridiculous thing that we call a zone. You can see the players here from Temper also now closing in on the gun squad just up ahead of them. So those, of course, now the only two teams left here in Dobro Mesto, as they're now just battling for control. We've got Outsiders now moving in Inkosi just over towards the south. They might be, you know, part of that welcoming party, just including them here in the Dobro Mesto region. So let's see what happens. Waiting for those hits.
Yeah.
And a lot of movement here.
Yeah. Yeah, Temper took a little bit of nice early aggression there, just capitalizing on a couple of early drops. But now they're here with Gun, and the shots do need to come through. And, well, Fleck are going to be starting things off with that G36, putting the hits in. Gun looking to try and retaliate, but Temper's just playing on the roofs here, trying to get those cheeky angles down in towards the buildings, in towards the streets below, and potentially just catch Gun out. Might not be prepared for this this bit of rush that Temper's looking for.
Well, I definitely think we're going to see, you know, Dobro Mesto, of course, heating up quite a considerable amount, as there's so many teams left on this map, and it's one of the only options, you know, a pretty good spot to rotate up in towards. We also might see a few teams moving out down into Vihar or Muvatra, but it all, I think, you know, depends on which way around these teams are going to rotate. And I definitely think we're going to see a super packed Dobro Mesto. As you know, the team here from Temper and Gun is showing us, you know, how to battle it out in the urban regions there, as there's a lot of jumping and moving about by the teams here. And they've been going at it for a little while now, and, well, they're still, both teams still sitting on their 4 players.
Yeah, they know that if they fully commit, it might not be, you know, a guaranteed win. And generally, you want to take a fight that's a little bit more decisive, you know, when you know that you have the upper hand. For instance, if you get some knocks with a Gren, or you get some good molly action going, or something along those lines, you have some smoke to play around, or you get the jump on someone, that's really the window of opportunity that gives you that go signal. But for now, you know, these teams are really just looking for that signal. They're looking for the crack in the defense, the reason to start pushing up. You know, any sort of picks they can find will maybe open things up for them. Right now, you can see Temper holding up towards the top floor here, waiting for Gun to push up, and Gun not just yet doing anything too crazy here. They know they have to bide their time, and in the meantime, you can see also Quest just taking a couple shots there towards Vibe.
Yeah, they've really started to push in now, and this, of course, just on the outlying side of Dobro Mesto here. So the team's starting to trickle in. We've got the team also now from Inkosi as well as Odyssey, I think it is, engaging in the kill feed. So, well, we're going to see a lot of shots now coming in. MG moving in, getting that quick thirst. The remainder of the squad now getting hits. So Vibe really close, tightening their grip that they've got here. And you can see the team there from EFX also just off in the distance, not moving in just yet. But we see Odyssey getting a few hits in that kill feed. Oh, there we go. Will Vibrant be able to clutch this one? Quest taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think it was them who sort of started off putting the hits in, but ultimately now they're looking a little bit more of an even fight here as the shots come straight back on in, you know, and you have to expect that. In the meantime, Gun and Godsend Temper also going at it there in the kill feed. So we've got a lot of fights happening on the board right now. We'll see if Quest can maybe come out on top of this one, finish their fight here. You can see the shots going in, and Temper now also taking some serious damage. So let's see who comes out on top of this one.
It's going to be a tough one. Oh, down goes Nova. Let's see. Will they get it? 6, I think, is the last hope for left. Pretty good comeback here from Quest, though. You know, we got Zane and MG now. They've been the last 2 players for quite a little while there. You can see Vibe Six guard just holding up in the corner. Will they be able to get it? Up they come, and the assault goes through. Well played. So just like that, they secure that area for themselves. But now, of course, the players here from the EFX team is now moving up on Quest. So if they are able to get those reses in on time, they might be able to fend them off. But in the meantime, we're seeing quite a few shots also now between the team there from Gun and Temper that was flying around. And it seems like Gun has managed to take out the team from Temper. So we are now sitting on 16 teams. Wowzers.
Yeah, that's some nice decisive early action coming into this match. Might make things a little bit easier going in, especially considering the state of the zone. But for now, we're going to be watching players from EFX potentially trying to push up in towards Quest, trying to take advantage of the early damage. But Quest did a good job of patching back up in the meantime, so we'll see if they can hold on out in towards this one. You can see Reverb here juicing himself up before he goes in. Quest holding the top floor. Mercury prepping those utilities to try and come in and make things easier for the push into this house. Can Quest hold on?
Well, that's a pretty tough push there. We got Zane all alone trying to defend against, well, two of the players there from EFX as they move in. Oh, pushing up quite aggressively, but the team here from Quest not wasting any time, just putting in hit after hit. As you can see, Zalkar now stepping up to the plate. Oh, it's going to be super tough. Just waiting to see who's going to be the one to land this finishing blow. Oh, and EFX comes in with the last hit. Mercury taking down Zalcro to send the players there from Quest right back into that lobby. Wow, well freaking done. That was quite the tough fight there.
Yeah, definitely Quest put up a really good fight, considering the circumstances there. So EFX taking a bit of damage there, but ultimately coming out on top. And now you can see on your map the teams moving their way on into that zone. The zone, of course, getting a little bit smaller, but still the majority of it, at least maybe slightly more than 50% is land. The rest just water. So things still looking tight despite that. You can see a couple of teams towards the south, some towards the eastern, a couple towards the north as well. It's Gun, EFX, and Quiet Storm up there in towards the north. And then, of course, Dragons, House of Anubis, and Unique. And potentially the Natural Killers down just below them as well, with Spaza Gaming down there as well. So we might just see some fights breaking out there, though. In the meantime, we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, well, we're just now waiting for INV, Reluctant, and Oxy to make their push on up in towards zone. Then all the teams will be in it. And, well, then the next question comes in as to what these teams are going to do. As you can see, the team there from Unique and the Natural Killers now about to start battling it out. We got, sorry, just up on the hill right behind the players there from the Natural Killers. And the remainder of the squad now pushing over towards that, well, the southwestern side to try and get a better angle. And the shots, of course, now flying up all over the place as Unique starts pushing in and tightening their grip on the players from the Natural Killers, which is now, of course, left with, I think it's only two. Yes, Sela and Vile, the only two hopefuls.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put those shots in. Of course, the Natural Killers looking to try and clutch this one on back as they lose their players to, well, bleeding out. Now we'll see if Sela and Vile can keep a hold of what they've got. Unique patching themselves back up, getting themselves back into the fight. They haven't been spotted out. Their positions are known. It just comes down to if the shots can land or not, or if the Natural Killers even want to take this fight. We'll see. They can hear those rotates coming in. This might be the flank coming in from Sorry, potentially, to maybe just throw a little bit of pressure on in that direction. You can see the teams moving on up. INV coming in from the south there towards EFX, so some potential fights down there as well. We'll see how it pans out.
Well, we definitely see Sorry now just rejoining with the rest of the group. And, well, a few teams, as you can see, they're closing in slowly but surely. You've got the players there from Spaza Gaming moving in from that southern side. And, of course, the players here from Blink now just exchanging their shots with INV as INV is now trying to move on up. We started with a three-man team. They are still sitting on three. Oh, the shots are still flying up. Now we've got Luffy and Superior, the last two hopefuls for the EFX team, but Reluctant sneaking it up in from the side there. So everything now just riding on Luffy. Let's see, will he be able to hold on? Caught in a little bit of a third-party sandwich happening here. Got DaXpt also trying to pop off a quick few shots. There we go, up they come. Luffy now just putting in the hits. Oh, Maniac lands that finishing blow. And just like that, they get sent back into the lobby, but reluctant, not done just yet. We got Sleepy just off in the distance, you can see here, waiting to get those third-party hits in.
Yeah, I mean, these games have been a little bit, or this map at least, has been a little bit more decisive than what we saw in the previous one. A little bit more fast-paced in terms of getting in there, putting those shots across, making sure the fights are happening early on. And, well, that's pretty good. It's been reducing the teams bit by bit. We've got 14 left as that zone does make its way in once again. The new zone being chosen momentarily. You can see a lot of teams just up the coastline there. Some of them in a little bit towards the mainland. The zone moving up towards the north, making things difficult. The shots coming into Sleepy as he was looking for some hits, but it gets hit in return instead.
Yeah, so INV managing to sneak a quick few hits in. And now we're just waiting to see where these teams are going to move up. We've got a potential... a nice little angle there between the Dragons, the players from Quiet Storm, and then, of course, House of Anubis. So we might see some action unfolding in that region there. And, of course, now the players from Oxy slowly but surely heading in, as well as the Natural Killers and the team there from Unique. INV making a quick dash, heading on up straight in towards that zone. But we got BBC just up ahead of them. So they might maybe potentially rotate up in towards them if they continue along the road that they are using.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Of course, the rotates coming in now from INV. That zone having moved up a little bit to the north, are going to force that out. Teams are definitely going to start dropping once again. You can see the crosshairs being aimed in towards the direction of the teams as they move on up, take control of these compounds. You can see BBC there off in the distance, potentially going to come into clash with the team from INV moving in their House of Anubis, also just making their way in towards the zone. You can see the Dragons there off in the distance as well. And, well... now we're going to have a look and see those rotates coming in, see where the fights start to break out.
Ooh, well, we might definitely see that happening now. As you can see, Unique and the Natural Killers taking a few shots. We got Quiet Storm and the Dragons also about to engage. And then, of course, House of Anubis just here on the side. But, oh, Quiet Storm now getting hit by the Dragon's Blade. Just sending that grain right into them, taking out Indra. So now Quiet Storm has only 3 players remaining. Dragons slowly but surely moving up. House of Anubis now trying to tap off a few heads over towards the players as they, of course, now start making their rotation in. That, of course, being the team there from Unique. So it's getting hot in here as the teams all start converging to these points right here on the edge of the zone. And in fact, we've got 5 teams sitting on this eastern side.
Yeah, so it definitely could look like some shots flying through, and, well, Storm going to be sending them in towards Sela and Val as they start to move in. Just taking a position across the way. Storm desperately trying to land those hits, trying to just get some damage done. You can see on the map there the teams moving in, like you said, the eastern side looking a little bit packed. Down there towards the south, a couple of teams could potentially move up into one another as well. Just waiting for that blue zone to come in once again and the zone to tighten up just that little bit more. Storm, of course, putting his crosshair in towards a couple of directions. Having a look to see who is who, the Dragons off in the distance Unique, as well as the Natural Killers just surrounding them. So Storm got a pretty good overview of the surrounding area, just looking for those cheeky shots.
Well, a lot of cheeky shots, of course, now flying across. Then let's see, will they be able to continue? Will Storm get that hit? It is a pretty tough position to be in, sitting right there on the side of that of the zone. So many teams off in the distance. The Natural Killers still caught out in the blue zone, so they really need to get their rotation going, start making their way up into a zone. It seems like that is exactly what they're doing. As you can see them just heading off right there in the scope from Storm. So slowly but surely they're making their approach in. So all the teams are now in. We are still sitting with 14 teams. INV also slowly but surely pushing up further, and we're waiting to see where this blue zone is going to take us to. Oh, there we go. So almost all the teams now yet again in the zone. Not a big shift though. Well, which is quite fortunate because we've seen the zone go over into the water, finishing all the way over there. So, well, the teams are quite lucky to have a zone finishing on land. And now we're just waiting to see where these teams are going to move up to. INV, of course, now slowly but surely closing in on the team from the outsiders we have just up ahead of them. Moving in bit by bit, and if they play this well, they could actually, do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, They certainly couldn't. I think one of the issues with the zone moving up with all the teams already inside means that a lot of the teams, they start to get a bit antsy. They start to get a bit movie and look for some sort of angles in, look for something to change. You know, nobody really likes to sit in the same place the whole time. So they look for some openings, maybe try and get some pushes going. And that really starts to create some fights, which is absolutely brilliant. So hopefully we start to see some of those coming in as we move on. You can see Envy just moving up here, trying to take position, having a look at the surrounding area. We've got a couple of those BBC players sneaking around. They haven't been spotted out just yet, but could potentially fall into their crosshairs. In the meantime, though, Lone Guard going to be putting some hits over towards Pronto, and actually the Thirst comes in as well. So Quiet Storm going to be doing that one.
Yeah, and just like that, the numbers keep dropping slowly but surely. And I think we're going to see a big change coming in once this blue zone has, of course, now shifted in all the way. And we move on up into the next zone, as we've got quite a big number of players still remaining. As you can see, INV slowly but surely trying to find that approach, trying to move on up. Firstly, I think they could try and establish whether or not there's anyone in the compound up ahead. And the Dragons, of course, not wasting any time, just putting those shots straight over towards the team there from Quiet Storm. And we also see the Natural Killers and Reluctant going at it just over in that southeastern side of the zone, with some great shots flying back and forth there as well.
Yeah, definitely some good potential here. And Vile going to be absolutely putting the hits in there, taking out Blitz and, well, sending them straight back to the lobby there. We've got 13 teams as that blue zone is making its way in once again to close these players in a little bit closer, to make them a little bit more close and cuddly, get those shots going, get the fire burning underneath these players here, get them dancing, and see who gets that chicken at the end.
Yeah, no, it's going to be quite a tough one. And Dan quickly just blowing up the vehicle that Hexor was in. So you can see Rusty now. Well, he needs to try and get that res in. There's quite a few teams you can see on the map there. We've got House of Anubis and Oxy just over towards the north. We've got the Dragons sitting on that southern position. And of course, we've got EFX, Odyssey, and Gun still holding up in, well, Dobro Mesto. So not a lot of movement there for the zone. So Gun, quite fortunate this round, not having to rotate up too much just yet. And of course, now you can see the outsiders, INV and BBC, all the way in the southern side. And, well, Sponza Gaming sitting at the drop right there on that southeastern. We're waiting to see now what the teams are going to do. You got Unique now rolling up as well. Seems like they're going to be pushing in right towards Sponza Gaming, or maybe just heading up in towards zone. Well, it looked for a second like they were heading up straight towards Sponza Gaming. But in the meantime now, the Dragons are still battling it out here with the team from Quiet Storm.
Yeah, I mean, those rotations definitely have to start coming in. Like you saw, the teams down towards the south need to start making their way up. Those in the east also need to do the same. And Oxium trying to take some shots there. Rick's going to get taken down by Storm. House of Anubis come in to win that one. But they do need to start moving. Of course, that blue zone hot on the heels of all these players. The shots not coming in from Bob. The outsiders trying to put them in. They're Unique, feeling the heat at the moment, trying to take the fight up against the players there from the outsiders. Can they win it out, though, is the question at the moment. Outsiders looking to just pull the trigger very, very quickly. The blue zone dealing the damage as per usual. Shek going to be feeling the heat as well as the Dragons get hit. Oh, Bob caught with a grenade in hand. He's going to get taken down.
Oh, man, this is definitely a super, super tough one. But the outsiders have been doing a fantastic job of just holding on to this compound. And Unique now putting up quite the aggressive push as they're trying to get on in. Kaizen, of course, now being the last one left. Let's see, will he be able to pull it off? We've got INV also not too far away, as you can see, just over towards that western side. So there is a bit of potential threat there. The Natural Killers also now moving up slowly but surely, coming in from that southern side. So Unique now sending those Grens off. Fortunately, that is not where Kaizen is. But let's see, will he be able to make his escape? No! He gets taken out right there by INV, just moving up from that side and really coming in with a beautiful third party there.
Yeah, making rotations like that at this point going to be very difficult. Looks like Vile's going to be just heading himself right off the edge of the cliff there to go and hunting for Nihal there for BBC, who have been sneaking their way across the side. You can see for Luck just off in the distance as well, trying to make his way up. But that blue zone doing a bit of damage to him is going to make him second guess exactly what he has to do. He's going to try and make the leap of faith. But is he going to make it just in time? No, he will not. He goes straight on out, and now Nihal and Vile swimming up as chums before they get out of the water and start putting the hits in to one another. You can see at the distance, Envy, Odyssey, and the rest of the teams up on top of the land here. Vile just trying to get his gun out so he can put the shots through. We'll see if he can land them, though. This is quite an interesting situation to be in.
Yeah, it's just searching for the shots, but in the meantime, the teams up in that northern section, EFX and House of Anubis, just putting the shots in towards each other. And of course, now Mercury being the last hope for left for the EFX team. So the numbers have gone down quite a bit as there are several shots flying in, and Quiet Storm also now down to their last hope for House of Anubis getting hit in the process. Gun rotating up in towards zone. We got Odyssey, INV, BBC, as well as, well, the Natural Killers and Unique sitting in the zone. Ooh.
I'm sorry. I
that
have
is
to have a chuckle.
a bit of a splash.
Yeah, I really
right
do
there.
have to laugh. Because Nihal is literally just swimming there. He takes a quick breath as he surfaces and he goes back down underwater. He's just hiding there underneath the water. So we'll see if he gets those placement points. But for the moment now, the shots coming through for the rest of the teams as they set themselves up inside that zone and start moving down towards the south, where the hits coming in towards the Dragons. We'll see if they can survive, dropping member by member. That blue zone going to make its way in ever so quickly. They need to start moving in towards that zone.
Yeah, we still got quite a few players on the outside of that zone, and this blue zone is being absolutely relentless as it's now moving in. You can see Lone God just trying to put some holes into the smoke, which is absolutely fantastic. As the zone is about to take him down, Quiet Storm getting sent right into the lobby. Well played to the blue zone there. House of Anubis, of course, now busy making their way up. You can see the team here from Spaza Gaming out in the blue. I'm not sure if the whole squad will be able to make it up into a zone. Staples seems to be in a bit of trouble, but we got the players now moving in. House of Anubis rushing on up right into INV. They're getting forced off the cliffs, and Gun putting a lot of shots into the Odyssey team. So actually quite a few players now just getting forced over the edge.
That is so funny. This is you don't really get to see this every day. The players just being forced back and back and back and back until they're all just jumping off the cliffs. And Nihal there just putting some shots in. He's already there. He's the king of the cliffs at this point. And anybody who falls off is going to fall into his clutches. So we'll see if anyone is forced to that same fate. At the moment you can see INV just dancing up and down the edge, standing on the precipice. House of Anubis taking so much damage at the moment as the teams start moving in. They are super close. There's very little space here. And 8 teams, 20 players remaining. We'll see who managed to come out of this one alive.
Well, that zone is shifting up as well, as you can see on the map there. And the fight is, well, just about to continue as that cliff is still in play. So the players that we have that have gone for a bit of a swim there, they are still pretty safe for now, but I'm pretty sure there's no chance of them getting out of that area there. And well, I hope in a sense that the zone kind of shifts over towards them, but in the meantime, we're going to see a lot of hits now flying up between players here from Unique and Spaza Gaming as they are now just battling for control of this section. And both teams, of course, now having to rotate up on into that zone. We see the team from INV and Odyssey, of course, already in zone, so they can very much just gatekeep it and keep all the other teams on the outside there and take full advantage of that. But we'll see how this will, of course, then unfold. You see Spaza Gaming slowly but surely trying to get ready to move on up. We've got Panic and Staples holding here. We got Berserk already rotating up in towards that zone. So if worst comes to worst, they already have at least one player in zone.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it pans out for them. We have the players from Unique yet to try and put some shots into them before they start to make their rotate. Staples trying to take the back road in, trying to just circumnavigate this Panic, although he won't be able to make it out. He is surrounded. He's going to have to fight his way on out. Hensley now trying to put the shots in as Panic moves up, is going to be running to both sides, though. As soon as he moves, he's going to get spotted out, and he does. Immediately taken down. Panic puts the shots in there, trying to make things happen all across the board, but can it work? Panic trying to move in across there. Unique trying to stop him from moving up. He's just going to have to fight his way in towards that zone, which is ever smaller. Berserk putting the shots in. Chaos here towards the side of the zone.
Man, this is what we love to see, and the players making their way in. You can see the players here from Spaza Gaming now pushing up bit by bit. INV just up ahead of them. So hopefully they'll be able to get those shots in, as quite a few players are now moving all the way up to that coastline right there on the cliff's edge.
Yeah, it's a very interesting zone there. The fact that we have this cliff edge still in play, and we've got the players all the way down there just hiding in the crevices. We'll see how long they last at this point. The blue zone is making its way in, that zone getting a whole lot smaller. Nihal and Vile still there, but I think Nihal lost his chance to be able to swim around and start to climb up that little ramp that we've got going there. He could still potentially do it, but it's going to be difficult, especially with Val already there. But for now, he's still safe inside that zone. But it will move in ever so soon, 50 seconds before it starts to move in, and it has gone all the way towards the east. So maybe we'll see him getting taken out after all this time as Val's slowly starting to creep up the ramp. But these teams not willing to die just yet, not willing to get knocked out. Every single one of them trying to fight for that chicken. They just have to find their way in, find the key to being able to get up into the zone, which is absolutely minuscule at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough battle to make it on up in towards that zone. As you can see, the players from INV already starting the fight there with Spaza Gaming. So Berserk and Staples now the two remaining players for the team. And well, it's going to be super, super tough. 14 players in play. Okay. That's nice. INV is sitting on 3. We got Odyssey sitting on a full squad, still gun on 3 players as well. BBC on 1, as well as Vile, the Lone Ranger there for the Natural Killers. Man, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an understatement at this point. It's just going to be really, really, really tough to try and exist in this tiny space. Now at the moment, you can see Odyssey moving up towards INV there, just in the crosshairs. We've got Spaza 6 at the end of or Spaza Gaming at the end of the other side. We'll see if the shots can come through at the moment. Odyssey trying to put them in as far as they can towards gun, towards anyone they can get in their crosshairs at this point, trying to move up in towards that zone. Things are tight. Gun trying to take the fight there here against the opposite rock, so everyone's just taking cover behind whatever they can find at this point. But is it going to be enough to stay alive? Optic going to take the hits. INV still putting the shots across as well. Everyone tossing grains. You can see them absolutely flying. The shots going straight through the smoke. Survival is going to be so tough at this point. Odyssey and Gun, as well as Spaza and INV. Everyone just trying to find the hits. Look at this.
Well, that blue zone being as deadly as always. And Gun now taking several hits there from INV. But Slim is the last one left. We got Berserk, also the last remaining player for the team from Spaza Gaming. Vile still alive in that blue zone, miraculously managing to survive all the way. INV sitting on 3 players, so it is going to be a super, super tough one. We might very well drop down to 3 teams. Yep, there we go. That Vile getting taken out, 5 players now in play. Let's see, will anyone be able to get those hits into INV, or is it pretty much a sealed deal for them? Oh, and that, just like that, it's done.
Yeah.
What?
The deal has been sealed.
Was it the blue zone that finished them all off? Oh, man, well played to INV. You know, that was absolutely fantastic. Coming in with 12 kills in that chicken dinner. Gun finishing off in 2nd place, managing to get themselves 8 kills. And then, of course, we got the players from Spaza Gaming finishing off with 5 kills in 3rd place. So well done, well played. And I mean, also well done to the blue zone. Fantastic job as always.
Yeah.
Making it really, really tough for the players here.
Yeah. Very, very difficult for them. And, well, an insane set of games once again. Definitely taking the players a little bit out of their comfort zone. But the second game looking a lot more competitive, a lot more active all across the board. So really, really great to see. And, well, I guess with that, let's see what our analysts have to say about that match.
Thank you so very much, DK and Patchy. Indeed, an incredible game coming in from this chicken dinner winning team. Indeed, what a play, dude.
Yeah, that's true. And they are, the thing is, they are playing with a 3-man lineup.
Right.
And still, to get the chicken dinner.
Wow.
So, the thing is, sometimes manpower doesn't matter. Gun powers matter. And yep, they proved this as well. And DK just mentioned that play zone just take some...
Wow.
The play zone forced players to move inside the zone.
Yes, it certainly did. And it was so wonderful to see all the teams right off the bat take on that aggression into the play. And every single minute we were looking at 1 kill here, another kill there, and eventually brought it down to that interesting fight where indeed National Killers 1 man standing. On the other side was BBC, and then came in House of Anubis. I mean, what a play. That was indeed spectacular to witness.
Yep, spectacular. And the thing is, the players are very, very, I think so, they are very close to each other, because this is the 7th and 8th zone. They are very close. And the blue zone is forcing them, and it takes a drafting shift towards the northern side. So, yep, the players have to move. But if I just mention the zone, the first zone, it was on the Dobromesto and the Vihar side. All the teams who just landed towards the eastern right, they have to do some early rotation. That's why I think so. The teams who just played very well in the previous matches, they didn't perform well in this match, just like the team got sent.
Oh,
They
right.
take an middle zone exit, so I think so they just have to focus on their zone rotations.
Absolutely, that is one thing that can be said for Godsend today, because after all, the game did not pan in their favor, and that was not only match number 2 but match number 1 as well. Now, that is Godsend, but that's okay, because after all, when you look at the other side, because right off the bat, we moved in with Gun and Godsend
Yeah.
against each other. That was, I mean, that took over the screen for pretty good 5 minutes, where indeed there was some miraculous plays coming in from both the teams lads, but eventually it was Gun taking that
Yeah.
victory from them.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing is, the synergy is very, very good, because
True.
they know that from which side the opponent players are going to come, and yep, that's why the Gun won the fight.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's also have a look at the match standings and find out where all these teams eventually ended up being. We know about the three-man wonderful army that they've got themselves, calling INV Gaming, taking the chicken dinner. Moving on to second position, of course, is Gamers Unite Nations with 8 kills. And on the other side, of course, I mean, if we move on along to 6th, 5th position, you're looking at Team NFX Unique and National Killers moving down the ladder when it comes to Weekendy.
Yeah, that's true. As well as BBC, they just have only 1 kill. It is quite bad, because I expect them to get a lot more kills than this. But quite Storm Esports, they perform, we can say, a little bit basic, or maybe a decent performance from their side, because they just have 5 kills and 4 placement point. But the teams like Citizens Gaming got sent. Yeah, I just mentioned they didn't perform that well, because they just have only 2 total points.
Absolutely. For now, that is not looking good on their part. On the other side, of course, we move on to the final page. We've got Inkosi Team by Blink and Oxium Elite. So this is what the story is looking like at the end of match number 2 on week 7, day number 1. But indeed, the leaderboard still does showcase Team NFX Unique on the top of that leaderboard with 57 kills. 2 chicken dinners to this team, 145 total, and INV now getting a bit close as far as those chicken dinners are concerned.
Yeah, that's true. And natural kills are very close to them as well. They're just 11 points far away from them. Let's have a look at the second page of the leaderboard. We have VVC on the 9th position, as well as 10th position. We have EFX having 70 and 66 points respectively. You know what? Every single time when I look at the leaderboard, I always see BBC on the 9th position.
Which is a good thing, though.
Which is a good thing.
Because, I mean, they're certainly not dropping down.
Yeah, that's true. But still, they're not moving up as well. They have to climb
That's
up.
true. That's exactly what we're talking about. But indeed, I mean, if you look at the chicken dinner winning teams, that is on the second page. You're looking at Outsider Officials on 14th, and you're looking at BBC on position 9 as of now. But as you move on to the final page, this is where things still have not taken too big of a turn, because there are a few teams that can do a lot better, but sadly, as of now, are stuck on that final page.
Yeah, that's true. Inkosi Esports on the 20th position. I just saw the match of the weekendy.
Right.
They are inside the zone. When in the first zone, they are inside the zone. I think so. They just have to focus on their gunfights,
Right.
because they are lacking in that thing. And then if you're good in gunfights, if you can maybe you can get 5 or 6 kill, then you can focus on placement points. Just the same that the teams like NFX Unique,
Exactly.
INV Gaming, these teams are doing. So maybe they just have to focus on thing. I hope for the best. Maybe they still have a chance.
Well, we certainly do expect the same results from all the teams, because after all, this is not the only weekend they have. The weekend for the semi-finals are going to continue along, and rather week number 7 has just started. So of course they will have a lot many more opportunities over the weekend itself, and of course it just takes that one game to move yourself up the ladder, right? After all, we've seen that so many times up until now. But yes, with that, we do reach the end of our segment of PUBG Mobile. Stick around as we go on a short break, because coming right after this is going to be Tekken 7. Hello and welcome once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV and certainly hope your weekend is off to a very wonderful start. I'm your host Blotto, and joining me on the honest desk for this segment of Tekken 7, it is none other than the incredible, the talented Phoenix for some Tekken 7 conversation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction. And I'm very excited for today's match because we have one of the most aggressive player, DaXpt, facing against Lunar Fang. And if we talk about Lunar Fang, previous match he didn't perform so well. He just chose character Lee. And if we talk about his favorite character is Lars, he just switched to a new character Lee, and he didn't perform that well as I expected from him, and that's why he didn't won the game. But if we talk about DaXpt, he just played 3 matches and he won all the 3. So let's hope that he's going to win this match as well.
Absolutely, and of course, when it comes to the leaderboard of this wonderful Tekken 7 segment, we do have DaXpt on 3rd as of now, and that's mainly again because he's only played 3 matches.
Yeah, that's true. And if he's going to win today's match, he's going to be on the top of the leaderboard, and he's going to acquire the first position. But if Lunar Fang is going to win today's match, maybe he's going to acquire the 5th position. This is not that bad, but I expect him, so that I really want to see that Lunar Fang is going to win this match, but the time is going to tell this.
Absolutely, that is true. With that, let's quickly segue in with the match itself and throw it to our casters who shall get this game started.
Hey, what's up, and welcome back to another big week of Tekken here on Nodwin Gaming's Umzansi League. I'm your host, the fluffiest bear, Mr. Chocolates, coming at you live with my co-host, Gasmask. How you doing, bro? Every week, dude. That's how we roll, dude. But like, that's the thing. Same with these matches. What do you think is gonna happen different tonight? We got two players, right? We got Lunar Fang, one of the most aggressive. We got Dax, a very, very methodical player. Exactly. No, I wholeheartedly agree with you there. What do you think is gonna happen? Oh yeah. Definitely, I agree. And then we have the big prize pool. Obviously, as you can see, big 84,500 for the first season. Looking good. It's really good stuff this time around. Anyways, we've got the big matches coming up, and we have so much to show everyone tonight. So we obviously, the 2 players tonight, we got Dax, although it's DaXpt, I think he always says it's what it is, and Lunar Fang, the model himself. Look how cute he is tonight here on the Umzansi League Tekken 7 big matchups tonight. So let's see how this goes. I'm hoping that the match is already starting, underway. Let's hope it looks good. Let's hope it's lekker. Let's hope it's good. So for now, just waiting on these matches. Gonna get it going. Gonna see what's up, who's ready and who's not. Oh, we got the matchup. Oh, Dax coming with the Gigas, my man. Gigas gang. Obviously, Lunar Fang sticking with Lars, the real anime pro tag tonight. So we'll have to see how this pans out. Lars, very aggressive character, dynamic entry, good movement, knows how to handle with a lot of these things. The big problem here is, will Gigas be able to handle the very aggressive pokish play style that Lars has? That's the big thing. All right, let's see how this turns out. All right, cool. Starting the match off already. Lunar Fang moving it just as aggressively as he should. Ooh, running too by Dax. Already showing a lot of promise here. Nice interrupt by Lunar Fang. Great, nice sidestep. Movement looking amazing from Lunar Fang. Keeping the plus frames going with that. Oh, the back two mix into the biggest belly flop of your life. Dax already showing what type of match is going to be. Round 1 already awarded to Dax. Nice down jab. Big interrupt by Lunar Fang. Oh, very not. Oh, goes in for that big low trip. Nice cork. Big advantage. Gets him to the wall. Massive amounts of damage. Nice back two. Gets the plus frames. Unblockable setup. Classic setup with Gigas. Does not block the last extension of that string. No tech on the throw by Dax. Into the rage drive. Oh my god. Where is this going? Goes in for that running 3.
Okay.
Oh, the clutch parry!
Hey, I'm back. I'm out of space.
Are you back?
I'm back. Dude, Dax is cleaning up house.
Oh, dog, he's cleaning. He is cleaning house right now. Big wall
He's by
damage.
far one of the cleanest Gigas I've seen online in a long time.
Bro, that was like 65%. Big. How did he just clip that? How did he just clip that quickly?
Oh, wall pressure.
Or just keeps using those down forward 2-1s.
Oh,
the biggest 1-2 in the game!
And the taunt to finish
And
it
the
off.
taunt with that down 3+4, showing the dominance that Gigas really can bring out. Were you watching? Were you
I was
watching?
watching the
'Cause
whole
you were-
time. I don't know. My mic decided
bro.
to take a sabbatical for some reason.
All right, dude. No problem. Because I mean, Dax thought the same thing had to happen to Lunafang, and he just, put him, just kind of really went through him there. Unsure what the problem here is. What do you think?
Dude, I'm just saying that Gigas pressure is unreal. Like Lunafang
It is
has
unreal.
to find a way in. I feel like maybe switching to lead might be an option
It might be,
because
but
I don't think Lars can get in.
I think he can. My thing is, I think he might not know the matchup 100%. Here's the thing, and I know we've been saying this a lot. It's very unsure for us to tell how much of a matchup people know, right? Sometimes it's very straightforward, and you can just see them weaving in and out of how the move works. Sometimes they're just really good at poking, right? But right
But
now,
you got to remember, like the only Gigas players that I know in the country are yourself and Dax.
yes. So it's
I think
it's
there's
very,
an issue with trying to learn a
Yeah.
matchup when there's only two
Yeah.
people.
It's very hard to learn a matchup from a character like this. But the thing is, if he does not know the matchup, I don't know if switching will be the thing. I feel like Dax is the type of player who would go and research his opponents. Same with Stash. I mean, with this big type of money on stakes. I mean,
He sticks with it.
sticks with.
I think
Lars?
it's not a bad idea though. Like I feel like he can figure it out.
Lars is a very strong character. I say that, but Lars is.
But Gigas is the thickest.
Listen, both of these boys are very low on everyone's tier lists. Again, I don't feel like tier lists are that big of a deal if the players can make it work. I mean, we've seen Dodoring do
exactly.
some work. We've seen Dax do work. We've seen Lunarfang do work. Obviously, this is more about the players this time around. I feel like both of them. I feel like both
I
of
was
them.
going to say, what
obviously-
people
Yeah?
forget. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, what people forget is like you might see everyone play the same character, but no one ever plays the character the exact same way.
Exactly. Anyway, back in with the second set.
Forced them right at the start.
Wonderful. In with those dash jabs. Keeping the pressure going with that dynamic entry.
Oh, nice backdash on that force foot too. Got out of it.
Down back two. Big combo. Not the proper convert though.
Yeah, I think wall saves lives once again.
Yeah, dude. Definitely will save the life there. Goes with nice throw tech by Lunarfang. He tries
I love Gigas' armor.
He's trying to bait him out with that armor, yes.
He gets so much off
Best
of it.
1-2 in the game. It essentially makes you whiff. That armor makes you whiff. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. His 1-2 actually does so much work.
It does.
This is a hard knockdown as well.
Oh yeah. The big issue here is that I think that it's hard to use both of them as pressure. You can only use one. Big
Another
1-2.
1-2.
1-2 doing so much work tonight.
Face getting beaten in.
He was trying to.
One.
He was punishing wrong. Lunarfang does not know the matchup. Definitely feeling it. Dax feeling himself.
Dude,
Already
is Dax
2
gonna
rounds up.
double no round Brown?
Those aggressive dashes. Oh, using the back 2 into the unblockable setup. Running 2 against the wall. The amount of pressure.
Dude, I don't know if he knows what to do in this situation.
Oh, 4-4-2. Oh, the running 2.
Oh, is he gonna kill?
Oh, he was ducking.
That
Going-
looks like a low. That is so frustrating to deal with.
He was rocking one of the harder setups at the wall, and the follow-up isn't guaranteed.
He's got so much movement at the wall though. Like you don't know
That's the
when
thing.
to actually block.
That's the thing. Lunarfang actually got up properly, like on time, but he kept ducking. And the big fat man scoop.
Hey, wait, it's Fat Man
got him.
Scooper mid.
Yeah, dude. Samir, what you think? It's like a low hitting.
It was a low. I would have
it's like-
ducked
it's
as
like-
well because
it's
it
like-
looks
it's
like
like-
it goes
it's like-
through your ankles.
It's like every time you go for ice cream in the kitchen, and then instead of taking the spoon, you go outside into your backyard and you grab your shovel. And then you scoop the ice cream. That's what the fat man
That's the
scoop
thickest
is.
man scoop. But that's why
Yes,
he's the
that's it.
thickest gigas.
That's why he's the thickest kickers, dude. Definitely Dax coming out on top, winning both games. So far, not losing a single game.
And
Not
that was
losing
also
a
the way
single
he
game
did
so
it.
far.
He's so clean with his wins. I think the only person that
Definitely.
actually put up a fight so far is Iggy.
So
That was a tight match as well.
Very tight match. Anything else from you, Gas Mask?
No, hope everyone's staying safe and sanitized. And what about
we
yourself, Mr. Chocolates?
Hey, bro. I'm just happy everyone stays nice, safe, and warm. This has been UGC's NA Boys coming at you. I'm Mr. Chocolates with my co-host.
Mr. Gas Mask guy, and I'm going to throw it back to my twin.
Right, thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, what a play, mate. What a play. Dax, there is no reason why he is not to be crowned the king already.
Yeah.
Not even wanting to lose a single match, and that clean a play.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
That's right. He's the undefeatable yet. He just played 4
Yes.
matches and won all the 4 matches. So this showed that he is one of the most aggressive and the best player I just saw. And the thing is, I expect that maybe he's going to choose Jin, but he does very good. He just chases Gigas, and you know what? The damage of every single move of Gigas is very, very high. Lars is also a very good character, but the thing is, the pressure by every single time Gigas is applying on Lunarfang, right? Every single time he's just applying the pressure, he just keeps the pressure, and that's why I think so that's why Dax won every single round, and he just played very, very good.
Exactly. I mean, not losing even a single breath is what it was. It was just bang on every single time. Just as soon as the round starts and kicks off, there is no time to even give a breather, because that's exactly what the gameplay was coming in from Dax's side. But on the other side, I mean, Lunarfang, we did see him try and duck and side, but nothing worked out. Nothing worked out, dude.
Yeah, that's true. And the low pokes of Gigas is very, very good.
Right.
And whenever he just trying to duck, and this Mr. Chocolates mentioned, you cannot escape from the damage of Gigas, because his moves are way, way more better. And the unblockable, every time, you know what? In the first game, I think so that maybe Lunarfang is going to win in the second round.
Right.
Dax is really, really surviving on 1 HP, and then he just applied the unblockable and won the round. It is tremendous.
Wow. Incredible indeed. And again, when we started the segment, you had already spoken about how Dax would probably be on number 1 position right now. After winning this game, it seems like he probably will be. Let's quickly move on to the leaderboard. And yes, that is the story for us.
Yeah, that's true. And he's on the first position. Just played only 4 matches and won all the 4 matches. And Lunarfang on the 7th position played 5 matches and having only 3 points. He just won a single round, so single game. So I think so. Best of luck, Lunarfang. Maybe he's going to perform well in this next match. But T4 MDoc, he also played 4 matches. I think so. The next match is going to be with 24 MDoc and Dax, right?
Right.
And I'm really want to see the T4 MDoc. He chose Marduk. And I want to see that the player DaXpt is going to choose Gigas because
wow.
the player, the
Dude, what
size
a
of the
game
both
it
the
is gonna be.
players.
Exactly, what a game that is going to be. But again, for that, you guys are going to have to wait until tomorrow, because that is a game that shall take place tomorrow, where Dax will be stepping into the arena once again against, though this time around, T4M Doc. But like I said, that will take place tomorrow. That means it is the end of our segment of Tekken 7 for today. Stick around as we go on a short break. Coming right up is going to be Counter-Strike. Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, joining us live on Jinx TV, and certainly do hope you're doing great and having a wonderful start to this awesome weekend, which is about to get a little aggressive right now because we're going to be stepping into some Counter-Strike with some wonderful teams right off the bat. I am talking about Goliath and Sinister 5. I will disclose that. But with that, let's quickly start a conversation with the analyst joining us today, who once again is none other than Payne. Fix this.
Thank you so much. And it's been a long time since I've been on the Counter-Strike desk, and I've been quite missing it, to be honest. But I've heard these two are actually Goliaths, and Sinisters versus Goliath Gaming. And we'll have to see which map is the one that has been chosen by these teams. And, well, that has to be Overpass. I love this map because it's counter-terrorist dominated. You make those fast maneuvers, you can switch around, and yeah, mid control. Let's see who gets it.
Absolutely, that is going to be the question that will dominate across the rounds as we move on along. And along with that, one more thing I do want to point out. This is something I've noticed again and again happen to Goliath Gaming for some odd reason, where indeed some way along their game progression, they lose that momentum that they have, either in terms of the economy not turning in their favor, either in terms of the rounds themselves, or at times we've seen Goliath just completely decimate the opponent. Though today, as they go up against Sinister 5, Sinister 5, again, the kind of games that they have showcased, do play a very reserved approach, so to say. They let their opponents take over first and then slowly and steadily bring in their gameplay. So I am a little reserved when it comes to, is it going to be a Sin 5 day? Is it going to be a Goliath day? It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough, aggressive game, no matter who wins.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's take a look at the standings and see how the teams have fared so far. So, Energy Esports being the team that is leading, and yes, following them will be Sinisters. But if you take a look at Goliath, they're just 3 points behind, you know.
Right.
One good game and they are good to go. So anything can happen. It's just about those early momentum that you build, and those timeouts that you take, and the economy definitely has to be a factor.
So very true with that. Of course, let's get this game started, and with that, of course, through two casters who today are Patchy and Shaz. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Blutter and Fixus. Yeah, we are going to be jumping into another spicy week of the UMZANSI CSGO. Of course, it is week 7. And, well, I'm joined here by Shaz. It is me, Patchy. We're going to be diving into a very nice game of CS very soon. And, well, it's on Overpass, which makes me really happy because I've seen Nuke way too much.
Yeah, I mean, Patchy, this game's going to be absolutely insane. We have the giants in the CS community basically playing against one another. I mean, in the side of Sinister 5, we have at least 40 years of experience on that team alone. And then we have, you know, the giants of Goliath, and you're having so much experience on that team as well. And these two teams coming together, it's going to be such an insane game. It's going to be so much strategy. I mean, I'm so excited. I have no words. I'm super excited for this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Me too. And I mean, yeah, like the analyst there said, it's a very interesting map as well that we've got. Of course, Overpass being a very quick switcheroo map for CT side. You know, you could just move up those stairs and hit between the sides quite quickly. But also there's a little bit of a switch element to that, because if the Ts do get control of that side, then of course they can use that as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. And like you said, Goliath and Sin 5, two huge teams that have been doing really well recently. And you saw those standings, you know, the point difference not that much. And well, anything could happen here. One of these teams could take over, get a couple of points, and maybe just move up that leaderboard. So I'm definitely interested to see what these teams bring out. I mean, we heard the analyst desk talking about how Sin 5 like to wait a little bit and see how their opponents are playing before they respond. Shaz, tell me a little bit about what you think the tactics we're going to be seeing coming out on this map from these teams.
Yeah, so I think, you know, Overpass is a kind of a map, you know, like your Inferno, where you got to kind of push and pull the CTs. You know, you got to bait out those rotates so that when you're executing onto a bomb site, you're executing on the weaker bomb site with weaker players. Unfortunately, this map also relies on a lot of control. CTs, you know, need to also reaggress, try to get that information so they can, you know, basically rotate accordingly as well. Unfortunately, this map, you can't just wait, unfortunately, you know, towards that A bomb site. You have to play a little bit of aggressive. You can't just sit on the bomb site. Otherwise, you basically get swarmed from long, you get swarmed from bathrooms, and, you know, B as well. You kind of, you know, got to take that short that short water control, take that away from the T's, because if the T's get that, they have the option to go from, short water onto A, into bathrooms. It's just too much control, for the T. So yeah, I would say you need to fight for areas on this map. It's very, very key.
Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree with you in that respect. Definitely one of those big things. I mean, that is the sort of trade-off for being able to spawn on the A bomb site there for the CTs. They do have to push up because otherwise way too much map control over to the Ts, and well, it's too easy for them to play around that. They have too many options and you can't really suss out what they're going to do. So there may be a little bit of CT aggression we might see coming out from Goliath there just to take some control, get some early picks. I mean, that can be a very, very big part of the CT side. Moving up that mid position, trying to get that quick pick over towards the T's moving up from the little hill. So we'll see if that happens. Of course, we're waiting to get into game. We'll be in there shortly as soon as everything is ready and done and fixed. Of course, you can see our lineups here for today as well. On the side of Goliath, we have Massacre, we've got Kani, we've got Zip, ADM, and Adaro. On the side of Sin 5, we've got Lately, Elusive, Slayer, Zero Chance, and Deviant. So let's see what these players bring out here on this map. That is Overpass. And we'll see how the teams approach it. We'll see if Sin 5 do their, standard setup of adaptive play, letting the first team take the lead. Goliath, maybe they'll come out with a little bit of aggression and surprise the team. Who knows? Just waiting to get on into it. We'll be soon.
Yeah, and Sinister 5 actually looking very strong at the moment with the addition of Lately and Slayer. I feel like they've added a lot of firepower to that Sinister 5 roster, and you can just see, how they've gelled so well with that experience in the side of Sinister 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to see what happens, what unfolds on this map. I mean, we've seen a really good performance, like you say, from all these teams here. Sin 5 really been on a roll recently, been doing some good work. But I mean, Goliath also, you can't really put them down just yet either, because they've also been doing a pretty good,
just consistent.
Performance. Yeah. I mean, consistency.
And with the addition
is really
of Kani
key.
as well, another very experienced player, and him on that AWP, he's very aggressive. He likes to peek those aggressive angles and get those opening picks for GG. And then you have the side of ADM. I mean, that guy's just a great player all around. IGL, clutcher, man, like the guy's crazy. He's just he always steps up to the plate, and he always has a good game. You can always rely on a player like him to clutch things out and bring the team back.
Yeah, so let's see if those star players shine in this match. We'll see if they come out and do some big things for the teams, put some points on the board here. We've seen a pretty much crazy, insane set of games over the last few weeks. And I mean, as we head over into week 7, as we, reaching the final stretch here, the teams want to put as many points on the board as possible, try and get all the way to the end there, climb up that leaderboard. We'll see if Sin 5 keeps on that roll, or if Goliath will be able to continue their consistency, maybe get some wins here. Who knows?
Yeah, very excited, very excited. It's absolutely crazy if you just add up the amount of experience on the side of Sinister 5. I think Zero Chance has probably about 20 years of experience, competitive CS, and Elusive's got about 15 years on him, and Deviant's also probably close to, I think, about 20 as well himself. So it's just crazy to see how much experience is on that team. And then on the side of, Goliath, I mean, Massacre, who's still a young player, is such a veteran already in the scene. I mean, the guy's been around for a good couple of years, and he's, really achieved a lot throughout his gaming career. And then Kani as well, he's got about 15 years experience on him. Zip, he's got I think he's got a couple of years, maybe 4 or 5 years, but he did play Battlefield before he actually moved to CSGO, which I played against him. And then ADM as well, I think he's got about 5 or 6 years on him as well. And Adaro, as well, 5, 6 years. It's crazy how much experience is actually right now sitting on the server.
We'll see if we'll see how the experience comes into play. The clash of experience, as it were. I mean, the desk definitely aptly referred to these teams as giants. I mean, they really are 2 gigantic teams here in the scene, ready to clash it out here. I am getting word that we are having a couple of technical issues just in the background there. Some problems with, I believe, some coaching things and this and that. So we're getting all of that sorted. But as soon as it is done and dusted, as soon as all that's ready and fixed, we'll be hopefully diving in as soon as that's all done.
That's my question. Now that we're talking about coaching era, Have you heard
Ooh.
about the bug? Patchy, what are your thoughts
who
there,
hasn't?
man?
Who hasn't? Yeah, I mean, definitely a bit of a Monka-esque moment, I must say. That's I mean, you never really want to hear about that kind of stuff. I mean, it's such a tough situation
Definitely,
because the error being in the game in the first place is really sucky. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, once you find out about that error, I mean, there's two sides of the coin, right? Apparently, it was known for quite a while that the error was
Yeah, that's
in the
what
game.
I heard. Yeah.
But you had this split between coaches where some of them were using it and some of them weren't. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's concerning, I guess, on one hand that
Yeah.
anyone would go and abuse that in such a competitive
Exactly.
scene.
But
But
so-
on the other hand, it's like it's such a it's like you could see why
Yeah.
people would be tempted by it.
But now also look at the circumstances we're in at the moment. Most of the events are online, so
Yeah.
how do you tell? You
Yeah,
can't.
exactly. It's difficult,
scary.
and I mean, the one who's going through all that footage. I mean, he's going through hours and hours of footage to have a look and see who's been abusing it and whatnot. So very, very difficult. You got to go watch the perspectives. But we're going to start off things right off the bat. Headshots flying already, a 2v2. We're getting straight into the thick of things. The experience on the players ready to get down and dirty, ready to put the hits on the board. It's Massacre and Zip Zip against Zero Chance at Deviant. Here the CT's trying to get these USP shots. Going to be outshot by the Glocks. Deviant and Zero Chance putting the shots straight on in there. First round goes the way of Sin 5.
Yeah, super aggressive by both teams there. You can see they just want to get that control. They don't want to give anything away, both sides. And yeah, I mean, first round, if that's first round, I'm very excited for the rest of this game.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the real question that we're going to have a look at and see is what is going to happen now, because as we know, the first team who wins that first round usually converts the second one relatively easily, but Goliath have bought a couple of pieces of Utah and, of course, the Scout and the MP9 to try and deny that, to try and shut down the conversion of that second round. So let's see if they can manage to do that. The Scout's going to have to come in pretty handy here, along with the MP9. The shot's going to go in, not going to hit. Now they have to fall back and try and play this MP9 just up here and towards bathrooms. Not going to connect either. Mac 10s all across the board for Sin 5, so they could definitely do some serious tearing through of armor all across the board. The shot's now going to go in towards Adara. He's going to be the first one to fall. Headshot straight from Massacre that the Deagle's doing big time. Mac 10s though still shredding as we know they do, and now it's MP9, 5-7 and Scout versus 4 of the players from Sin 5 there as they make their way in through, deciding on where they want to go, of course taking that control, feeling out for what they need to do, moving down in towards that B bomb site. 3v4 at this point. Sin 5, they have the advantage in terms of player count, but is it enough? They've got the Mac 10s as well. They're going to have to get the execute in. The utilities coming through. Let's see if they can get the bomb down here. Oh, Zip Zip goes down immediately. That's MP9 taken off the board. ADM goes down as well, and now it's just Connie with the Scout. Not much he can do, really. Might just try and find an exit frag or something to potentially upgrade a weapon, but I mean, at this point, really not going to be easy. Slayer will close it out. So, Sinister 5, they managed the conversion. 2 rounds for them.
Yeah, you can just see, the experience on the side of both teams, just taking it very slow, not trying to make, the least mistakes as possible. And I'm very, very surprised as to Sinister 5's buy there, going with that 5 Mac 10s and not one player, buying up a rifle just for that, that damage. And yeah, I'm surprised. But anyway, they won the round nevertheless.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting one. Usually, especially on the T side, their economy is a little bit easier, so you can pick up those AKs quite quickly. I think maybe that that whole sort of scenario is the fact that they know that maybe they get an inkling that Goliath might try and do a shutdown on the conversion of that second round. So maybe they just bought the Mac 10s.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, we're just going to go straight in for it, because if Goliath force any sort of weapons up here, we can just not waste all of the money on buying the AKs. So potentially a little bit of digging that they've done in towards the strats from Goliath. Maybe they know their opponent a little bit too well here. They manage that conversion. Well, now they do have a rifle. It's in the hands of Slayer, the AK. The rest of them going to be on the SMGs. The UMP trying to tap away as the CT's rushing straight through Monster. They're going to try and get very aggressive here. The Mac 10s need to shut them down. Going to find one. There goes Connie. Now the Molly goes through. The conversion actually there. Daro trades out Elusive, so that's actually a big one. Doing a little bit of damage there is what you can do on the CT side. They have to get it done, but trades are now coming through. Sinister moving straight on towards the A site. Definitely taking control of that. Goliath now on the back foot, getting taken down. The UMP spray, perfect from Deviant. Now it's Zipzip, and Adaro with pistols. There's an upgrade to the Mag 10, but it's not going to be enough. Deviant just absolutely devastating on that UMP. Going to be taking down 2. Zip with the pistol, not really going to be able to do anything. So this should be the full 3 rounds being converted from Civ 5.
Yeah, you can just see Sims 5 just playing such a methodical game. One player just lurking that B and, gets all the information, so spots that 5 people are rushing that monster area, and they just decide to fully commit to A and run into basically a bomb site that is not even being contested.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you have to do then in a situation like that. You see all the CTs coming through the tunnel and you're like, all right, we're going the other way.
They all rushing B, okay, we go A, boys.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Yeah, that is definitely the plan. So it looks like they're going to be picking up 2 AKs this time around. Of course, Elusive and Slayer got that in hand. The rest of the Sin 5 squad, though, still on those SMGs, not looking to overinvest yet. And I think that's probably a really good decision. That's going to keep their economy super, super strong, and that's going to make it so difficult for Goliath to really start that shutdown, because they need to start putting the rounds on if they want to bring up their own snowball coming in, shut down the 1% 5. So this is going to be difficult. The MP9 of 3-0 chance just ripping through very quick from Sinister 5, and they just take absolute control. I mean, this was Goliath's time, and now they're relegated to one MP or M4 and an AWP, and they're trying to retake now in a 2v3. It's doable, but I mean, that was such a quick attempt from Sin 5. Very, very aggressive and very quick from them. Goliath's job just getting all the more difficult now as the time ticks on that bomb. And, well, looks like they're just going to be saving what they've got for now and hoping to come back in the next one.
Yeah, I think Sinister 5 playing that round perfectly. They only had the SMG, so why not just get into Goliath's face? Unfortunately, you can't win those long-range battles, and that's what they do. They catch them off guard, that monster area. They throw in the molly, and Zero chance of basically being the molly and just getting those picks towards B. And that was actually a bonus round by Sinister 5, not opting to buy up those rifles, and they stay with the SMGs. Now their economy just looking great right now.
Yeah, I mean, I could not have said that better myself. Like, that is literally, I mean, the T-side economy is already, easier objectively speaking, just based on all the factors. We all know this. But the thing is, usually teams will take advantage of that and go, all right, so this we can play a little bit risky here. We can maybe a bit over-aggressive or buy up early or do something like this. Sin 5, on the other hand, they just played SMGs for 4 rounds in a row. And now their economy is sitting absolutely pretty. And they've got their rifles going as well, of course, lately. Still with the Mac 10, but I mean, they've really just done absolute bits here in terms of the economy situation. Goliath is really, really going to have to make some serious moves here to try and shut down Sin 5 to get anything back, because they've got a lot of work to do, basically. Alright, so let's have a look and see how Goliath are going to plan out this takedown of Sin 5, if they're going to manage to see anything done. Of course, you can see their economy not looking great. If they lose this one, it will have to be a save, and they will be relying on that max loss bonus. Let's see if they can make something happen here. Sin 5, very slow in their aggression this time around, not getting too crazy anyway. Just putting their feelers out, having a look and seeing what's happening. Boost towards long to get the information. Players now moving in towards B to try and continue that information gathering. And well, at this stage, Sin 5, they need to start putting that plan together with all that information. They got that spread out setup, but the real kicker here is going to be if they don't get that conversion, or if they don't get the opening kill, they're going to have to find something. They're going to have to make a plan as the time is ticking away. 30 seconds left. They're going to have to pull the trigger somewhere. The mollies come in. The util really wasting time. 25 seconds left. Sin 5 have to commit. It looks like they're going towards A. First kill comes in. Zip goes down, and now Sin 5 are just charging in towards the A site. The anchor all the way in the back. Kani with the AWP. They'll be putting the shots in, trying to hold down the site for as long as possible, but the util's there. He actually manages to find 2. What an absolute collapse. Absolutely holding that site down impeccably.
Yeah, it was such a good hold there by Goliath Gaming. Kani with that cheeky little angle there by Bank, getting the collat. Didn't expect that, and yeah, it was such a good round there by Goliath. Just keeping the Sinister 5 back with util and waiting for the last second and just rotating accordingly that round.
Yeah, and that seems to happen a number of times when we see the sort of slow setups coming out from a lot of teams when they're looking for a pick off the information and they don't get it. then it becomes, what do we do off of that? And it becomes a very difficult situation. And oftentimes teams really not able to just convert off the back of that. So good job for Goliath to be able to not really give anything away early. We'll see if that happens again. It's the long road to the shutdown of Sin5's economy at this point. Elusive taking quite a bit of damage, down to 5 HP. But now they're going to have to find that plan once again. It looks like they're going to be playing slow. And, well, let's see if they can find that pick this time. Is going to be the charge down towards long and mid for the majority of the Sin5 players, and no one out to meet them just yet. No one really putting on the pressure here towards long. They will do a little bit of a peek. Cunny right at the back there as per usual, just checking that position. Deviant all the way up towards short on B, getting quite a bit of information in that regard. Sin5, once again, you need to find that opener, need to find something to get their foot in the door. The crack in the defense for Goliath to get in. They did such a good job of opening things up and keeping the pace, but well, Sin5, they need to find a way to keep it up. Otherwise, Goliath might just start taking the rounds back and get themselves back into the swing of things. Movements up now, 35 seconds left for Sin5 to do something. And again, it looks like the time slowly but surely running out. Is this going to be a similar mistake? The shot's now coming through. Elusive trying to put them in. He gets taken down. Slayer takes down Zip. 4v4. Lots of damage done to Slayer. This flash going to push Cunny right off the position. He's going to have to try and fend. He finds the head, but doesn't get the kill. That's so unfortunate. Slayer, he finds Cunny. And now ADM taking down Deviant. Slayer goes down. ADM gets traded out. 2v2. Can he find a player here towards Bang? 3 seconds left. They need to find something. Can the bomb go down? There's no time, no chance. Once again, Goliath going to be taking a round. It's 2-4.
Yeah, that round was pretty interesting. I feel like Sinister 5 need to start taking things a little bit more aggressive. Try bait out Goliath's util, because it seems like they're just keeping them back with that util, because they're not faking it enough. So they just keep holding on to their util because they know that Sinister 5 play a very slow, methodical T side, and they just hold into the util. And as soon as that, like you said, that 30 seconds comes on the clock, they just throw the util out to stop them from pushing.
Yeah, it's maybe Sin5 need to start putting some more aggression like they were doing in the first couple of rounds. They just absolutely charge into a site and try and catch them off guard. Potentially could be something they need to consider at this point, because the rounds are slowly being crawled back here by Goliath, putting them on the board 2-4. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and Connie not looking in the right direction. He scopes out at such a difficult time. A little bit of a CSGO moment there. The timing, of course, as per usual. Now, Connie with 10 HP, 0 chance on 48, Elusive on 50. 1 minute left on the clock, and once again, Sinister need to find something. It's going to be Zip on the corner. Gets one trade immediately, though. Slayer finds him 1 for 1. So it's a 4v4 at this point, as the seconds once again ticking away. 53 seconds left on the clock. Sinister 5 need to find something. They definitely need to think about switching things up and really committing to somewhere. Otherwise, they might just fall prey to the utility once again. Definitely low on the side of Goliath, though, so at least there's that. If they pick the right side, they could make this work, but they have to make it work soon. 34 seconds left. The commit has to come out now. Sinister need to pull that trigger. Moving in towards the B bomb site. Goliath rotating up most of their players towards A. This is the opening they need, so hopefully Sin can get the bomb down here. It should be free. Looks like they're going to move in there, instantly taking down Adaro. That's free sight. The bomb should be able to go down here. Now it's post plants all across the board. Slam dunk from 0 chance. Kobe onto Kanye. ADM, the last player left for Goliath. And, well, in a 1v4, not really going to be the opportune play here. He's going to retrieve the op, try and find one. He gets Slayer, and then just falls right on back. So Sinister, they get another round for themselves, but I mean, I have to say that felt a little bit less of a Sinister 5 winning that one out, than more of a Goliath just over-rotating and sort of freeing up the side for Sinister to get on there. Because the last couple of rounds, well, Sinister, they've been a little bit slow on the trigger.
That A, though, but they have been favoring the A, so I see where, Goliath came and stacking that A bomb site, but I think Sinister 5 just playing that perfectly, getting those rotates and faking it out perfectly, and they basically walk into a free bomb site with one player just sitting up in that heaven position.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull that off again. A couple of rounds wouldn't be too bad going into the second half, so that's what they're looking to put on. Of course, Goliath looking to get things back. They've got 3 rounds to make up the even scoreboard here. Kani moving very quickly with the scout. Of course, Goliath on the pistols only. Kandi just deciding to go for the scout to see if you can find anything. It's not going to pay off, though, in the initial quick push from Goliath. Now they're going to have to rethink what they're doing here, try and find something else somewhere else. Moving around the map, Elusive looking here towards mid, trying to get the peak. The scout moved out towards long, trying to find the heads, not going to land just yet. Trying to get the jumping shots, trying to find something out towards long, but it is just not coming for Goliath at this point. Things are looking difficult. Sinister slowly but surely, as per usual, making their way up long and mid. Slow and methodical, as we've seen time and again from these guys. The AK coming in, but gee whiskers, the Deagle's still out here finding the hits. What is this? Every time's finally Elusive finds one back, but the Deagles once again.
I don't think they expect the second yellow in the corner.
This could potentially catch them off guard. The CZ, there it is, going to be capitalizing on one instant trade though, but this is a lot of damage done by Goliath with nothing but pistols, and we see this very, very often in the scene, being able to whip out those Deagles, whip out the pistols, and suddenly doing so much damage. Connie going to be putting the shots in there with the scout as well, and well, it looks like Goliath will just be getting a round there off the back of pistols and free upgrades to some AKs as well.
Yeah, I think since the 5, just taking that round a little bit too slow. They are in an eco. I think maybe just change up the pace, get in their faces. Don't allow them to get that stack like they did towards that bathroom. When you take it so slow, you allow teams to basically hold and create little crossfires on ecos, and I feel maybe they should have just rushed a B or changed the tempo, just giving Goliath all the power that round, and unfortunately playing into Goliath's hand that round.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely agree with you on that one. The pace should have been changed at least, or at least something along those lines. Giving any opportunities to a team that's playing with upgraded pistols is a no-no. You want to take away any possibility of them getting those frags, any possibility of them bringing literally anything back. Because as soon as you give them opportunity after opportunity, well, you can see the results.
Especially with the Deagles like that, you want to get into people's faces, because Deagles, you can kind of hold that angle and play the range, and it works. Takes that one bullet in the head and you're dead. So you got to be very careful.
Yeah, definitely packs a hell of a punch, and now it is going to be Sin 5 who are relegated to the pistols. They're going to be picking up quite a bit of util, though. Definitely nice to see charging out of sight there, right up the and shots coming through now. Zips and Honey going to be taking them out. Elusive finally finds one. He's going to go down, though, lately, and zero chance. The last two remaining for Sinister. Kani right here on the corner is spotted out. They know that he's there. Lately has the M4, trying to find something. Only one left, and the AK is coming straight on in, taking him down. It's going to be another round of 4 Goliath, and well, it's 4-5 now, evening things out slowly but surely. Goliath crawling in to make things a lot more competitive here.
Yeah, I would love to see GG actually taking more control in that short water towards B. Deviant has been lurking now for the past 5 rounds by himself, and I think if they just push and get a little bit of information, they can see that it's just one person lurking and rotate accordingly. But I see they change it up this round. As I say that, they're taking short water control.
Yeah, that is the way of things. You always try and talk about something, and they do the exact opposite and try and throw some spanners at us. Makes our job a little bit more difficult, but interesting. It's Archer. Instant opener at ADM goes down. So this is Sin 5. They've got pistols, and they're looking to make this happen once again, looking to replicate some of that Goliath Eagle success here on round 10. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. 4v5. Can the firepower from Goliath be enough to stop Sinister as they make a charge in towards B, slowly making their way on up? The Eagles instantly going to take down Massacre. It's an absolute massacre for Sinister 5. They taking down every single player of Goliath. Zips up the last one left alive with an AK, but it's not enough to secure this one. 1v4. And Sinister, they somehow made it happen once again. It looks like the pistols keeping up with their divine influence here, as per usual. Just getting those crazy clutches.
Yeah, it's so nice to watch. You talk about like the experience on both teams, and as I said, changing up the pace and changing the pathing, because, for the past couple of rounds, Sinister 5 doing that default, leaving DB and B and then sending, 4 towards that A site. And this round, they decide to change it up. They basically rush short and catch ADM off guard and basically won out that round, taking it just so methodically and slow and calculated.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good to see, just the whipping out of the deagles and then just some good strategy, some good planning, and a good execution on towards the site. Immediate double peaks, everything coming out, the trades not even there for Goliath. And, well, it's basically 1-for-1. So Goliath have got their pistol round, Sinister finally got theirs as well. That's going to mean that Sin will be able to pick up the rifles, pick up that orb in the hands of Slayer. On the other side, Goliath, they have some rifles, but Kani's still on the scout, so trying to do some whatever damage he can find at this point. Zero going to be moving straight out the tunnels there, seeing what he can see, seeing for any boosts there. ADM just crouched, having a look. A good crouch going on there. Going to be doing some spam through the plywood as well, but won't connect onto anything, unfortunately. Zero Chance actually going to take a little bit of that nade damage. I'm slowly pushing away. Quick peek from Zero Chance, going to be taken down immediately by ADM swinging out. Lately will take down 2 in trade. That's a brilliant trade. He's going to take down another one as well, actually. Super huge for Sin. That's going to mean site control coming out there with still a minute on the clock. The bomb should be able to go down here and now. Goliath have to make the decision. Do they want to go for this or do they want to save? I mean, at this point, going for it would be a little bit much to ask for a scout and an M4 against all this firepower.
Yeah. I think Zip should definitely say that M4 and Kani needs to try to find a better gun because, scout.
Yeah.
Scout.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just... just like so lovely to see these two teams play. Saw how GG take that short order control back, that Molly pushing out that player that's sitting in that little dookie, and Molly's him out and gets the kill. But lately, just going huge that round, getting that 3K, just basically opening up that bomb site for Sinister 5.
Yeah, that was a really big play for them, a very crucial play coming out there. And I agree, I think Kani needs to just find something else to shoot with. I mean, the scout definitely has the potential, has some power, but I mean, you need something a little bit more reliable, if you want to start to get the rounds back, if you want to keep yourself consistent,
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that firepower, and lately actually has been performing. He's been playing very well, since moving into the Sinister 5 roster. It's really good to see him playing such great CS right now.
Yeah, we'll see if that good CS can continue as Sin 5 are charging their way into the monster. And, relatively undefended except for the scout that we were talking about. It's going to find the head of Zero Chance, but can't find anything yet. Molly's going to come in to try and just push him off of the angles as well. Keep the site clean. Luciv going to get taken down. The pistols just spraying on in. Goliath trying to find the retake with pistols and getting some upgrades there is going to make things easier. Slayer takes down Kani. It is still a 3v4, but the firepower should still be in the favor of Sin if they can find the shots. Trying to get the spray down, but the fall back is there, and Lately and Deviant will just clean it up once again. And Lately, once again, picking up a considerable amount there.
Yeah, getting the 4K that round, eh? Or 3K, 4K, 3K?
Yeah, I think it was like a 3K or something like that.
Yeah. I just love how, both teams changing it up. GG changing up that round, even though they're on the eco, they leave Kani towards that B with the scout, and then, the rest just push as 4 towards that A bomb site. I just love the adaptive play by both teams right now.
Yeah, always really good to see coming out here. They're just testing the waters and trying some strategies here and there. The strat book's coming out to try and get those W's, get those rounds on the board. 4-8 is the score. Obviously, Sinister 5 in the lead for the moment as they start to make their way up towards B again. Ooh, Zero Chance almost caught off guard there. Wasn't expecting 2 players on that angle. I'm going to take a little bit of damage, but Massacre 28, Lately 78. Sinister 5 need to find a way in once again. Taking a look towards that B bomb site, some util going to be expended to see if any openers can be created, any pushes can be stopped. We'll see how the response is now. 1 minute left. Decisions being made by Sin 5, where to push, where to go, where do they want to rotate. 2 players from Goliath up here towards A, 3 of them towards B. So B is the more heavily defended side, and it seems Sinister 5 are looking towards A, having a look to see if anyone's pushing there, but Goliath giving them nothing just yet and actually going to be taking something. Slayer goes down. That's going to be a little bit of a problem for Sinister now as the time is ticking away. They're going to have to find something back. No trades. That's going to make things difficult. They really need to find some way in, otherwise the seconds are once again going to work against them. The shot's just not being found. Goliath still not giving anything away at all, making things even more difficult for Sinister as they're moving in towards B. The shots from the FAMAS going to capitalize on all of them. M4's coming out as well, and now Deviant trying to get anything he can. Takes down Massacre, but now the bomb is down. He swings out and takes on ADM as well, making this very competitive, but the time's ticking. Needs to get the bomb down. He could just be taken from short here. Kani moving up super quick, and there it is. Quick and done and dusted. Headshot comes through, and will Goliath take another round? 5-8.
Yeah, Goliath just seemed to be very strong towards that bathroom areas. Just holding it down, you know, Sinister 5 can't seem to be getting openings towards bathroom. It's just not working for them right now.
Yeah, we'll see what comes of it, because
Yeah,
at this
Kanye
point...
Kanye and Zip, sorry, just being, you know, very aggressive in those bathrooms areas, and so can't seem to be getting the trades, unfortunately.
Yeah, that seemed to be the whole thing of the previous round, didn't it? There was just no trades coming out for Sinister. Goliath not giving them anything, and well, once again the time working against Sinister, and maybe they need to speed things up somewhere again, switch it up as we've seen them do. Maybe get some quick pushes going and catch a Goliath off guard.
Definitely, yeah. I think a change of pace is needed. Just change it up, get in their face.
Well, let's see what comes through at the moment. Sinister still in the lead, but might just be losing some momentum here. Goliath looking to take it back. Zero Chance going to be moving very quickly up here. Just pushing in. Zip going to fall off of bathrooms, pushing back to the site. Some quick control from Sinister up towards mid, but once again, if they can't convert this, if they can't push further, it's going to be a bit of a problem. So they need to keep this going. They need to keep the push coming. Seconds are still in their favor, so they need to make it happen. Looking for an opener is Deviant towards Monster. Not going to find anything on that side of the map. That's going to leave everything down to Sinister on towards the ace side, seeing if they can find anything to close things, or to open things up, should I say, rather. 3 players towards long. Pushing down here. The smoke is up. Slowly but surely, silently sneaking up towards the end there. Spray through the smoke. Gonna be there. The re-smoke comes in, but here comes the molly, and this could be the push coming out from Sinister. Here comes the reply. Utility goes down. Can they hold on to it? The first trades come through. Kani taking down 2. Zips up gonna fall as well. Shots coming straight in. Some quick control here now. Kani trying to hang on. 3v3. Make that a 2v3 as players getting healed left and right, going down. We've just got 2 on each side. Slayer going to hit the floor. So now Adaro and Deviant, the last ones left for either side. But the bomber is down. AK versus AK. So much more utility in the hands of Adaro at this point. So Deviant needs to be very careful. Is he going to win the spray? He's not. It's Adaro who is going to win that one out. And here comes the defuse and Goliath. Another round for them, 6-8.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, you know, that was such a good round by Sinister 5, using that lurker smoke towards long and basically pushing, walking behind that smoke and getting into the players' faces towards A. Because they play so passive on A, they're changing it up, you know, not taking those long-range battles and basically just getting in their faces, mulling them off and hitting that A bomb set. But yeah, such a good retake there by GG, and Dara winning that 1v1. Unfortunately, just not going in Sinister 5's favor that round.
Yeah, so now they're looking towards the end of the half here. It could go either way. We could see 7-8 or we could see 6-9. Nice. Let's see what comes out here. The molly's going to be thrown in. Smoke's coming to put them out. We'll see if the push from Sinister can make it this time. They are looking towards that B bomb site this time around. The firepower looking a little bit weaker for Goliath, but we've seen the FAMASas do the work before. See if they can do it again. Now here comes Sin 5. They're pushing straight on in, seeing if they can find the players. It's not ADM, and Massacre just doing absolutely devastating damage. Slayer, the last one left in his position, is known. The shots come through, instantly closed out. 7-8 is the end of half scoreline.
Yeah, that's such a good behold there by Goliath Gaming, having such great crossfires between ADM and Adaro. You know, one playing behind that monster pillar and one playing close up left side monster, and yeah, just playing very well off each other that round. Also, obviously, with the support from Massacre throwing those flashes.
Yeah, yeah. And now we head into the second half, and well, Sinister, they weren't very, very aggressive on their T side, looking to play a little bit more slow and steady as we've seen them. But the question is, will Goliath have the quicker half? Are they going to make the aggressive plays on the T side, or are we going to see them play in a similar fashion?
Yeah, I think Goliath will play a little bit aggressive. You know, Massacres is that player that kind of gets the aggressiveness for the team, and he gets into positions, you know, that the teams kind of don't expect because he's such an aggressive player. He's very sneaky as well, and he gets into great flanking positions as well on that T side. So it will be very exciting to see.
Yeah, it certainly will. We're going to be waiting for the final reconnection here from the Goliath player, just to come back into this one so we can have our fully stacked teams ready and set to go into this one. The pistol round of the second half going to be interesting to see how it rolls out. We saw Sin win that first pistol round and convert some good rounds off the back of that. The question is, can a Goliath do the same on the T side? Are they going to keep that aggression going after that, put the rounds in, and make the comeback? They are only one round behind, so this could easily swing either way.
Yeah, no,
that's
definitely.
what happens when you want to say easily and either.
Yeah,
Easily.
You just mixed it together there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see if Sinister 5 will play more of aggressive CT side, but no, in Sinister 5, they're more of your methodical, you know, take it step by step team. Yeah, I was surprised Goliath not taking a lot of short water control there, that CT side, giving a lot of control towards Sinister 5, but, you know, I think because of they kept playing aggressive towards that A, you know, you kind of, if you're playing aggressive on A, you kind of need to play passive towards B. That's basically the rule of thumb of CS. You don't want to play aggressive on the A site and the B site and then potentially lose too many players and put your team at a disadvantage. So it will be exciting to see how Sinister 5 play their CT side. Do they take aggression into water, or they're going to play more of that passive style, you know, basically wait for Goliath to come into them, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this map really gives itself to either of those sort of scenarios, you know, because, you know, we've seen CT sides get aggressive on this map before. They can just push up, try and find the early picks, you know, like there towards mid, you can get the quick boost into party and then look over towards the T's charging up. Maybe get a quick hit in there, or you can push down, you know, through connector, maybe get some shots through there. So you could potentially get aggressive on the CT side, but also conversely, you could hold some passive angles off in those directions, you know, play towards bathroom or potentially down there and connect to player passive angles all across the map. It is possible as well. And I mean, the other thing is, I mean, you could also, if you really wanted to, you could pull out shotguns on this map, because shotguns really, really do. I mean,
that XM.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you laugh, but it really does come in absolutely
I mean,
insane
XM on
this
nuke
map.
is... I mean, I hate it. I hate playing against someone that buys an XM on nuke. It's the worst. But it works. It's a strat and it works, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, if you're blasting those 12 gauge shells all the way down in you know, for instance, connector or lowers or bathroom, I mean, that's just devastating. Your team's running through there and suddenly the shells are just flying in your direction. It doesn't even have to be on you, it's just in your direction and you're taking the damage. So
it's true. Sometimes an XM can work out to be a rifle as well, so it's quite scary sometimes. It's a gun of the lotto, unfortunately. So we shall see. Looks like we have 5 players, or 10 players, should I say, in the server.
Yep, so hopefully we'll be diving straight back into it nice and soon. Honestly, I didn't expect the shotguns to come out. It was just a little bit of hopeful thoughts. So wishful thinking. I mean, we've seen it a couple times, but at this level, maybe not. Maybe we'll just see some more standard play. Wouldn't be surprising. But yeah, let's see how the second half goes as we begin around 16 going into this one. Sinister, well, looking to play the CT side, and it seems like they are moving quite quickly down that connector area and seeing Goliath moving in towards the B site could potentially be a good push from Sinister. So this might just be a retake play if they can't stop them from taking the bombs. Lately could make things pretty interesting here if he pushes out a bathroom. Elusive going to try and find one. Lately pushing straight out there. That is exactly what I was talking about. Comes out from behind. Surprise, surprise, with some shots right into the heads. Now Goliath going to have to look at trying to retrieve that bomb, which is all the way down on the other side.
Yep.
So difficult spot for them at this point. A difficult way to start out the round for Goliath.
Yeah, and since the 5 have that short water control to the T there, they have so many crossfires and so many different angles.
Yeah, and that was just a really good push coming out from Sinister, actually. They're going to be able to take down Massacre. There go the rest of Goliath. They clutch out the round, or not clutch out the round, but I mean, they basically win that one quite easily. But the push from Sinister was really, really good. I like how they did that.
Yep.
Very aggressive and very quick. Like, they had a good read on what they thought Goliath would be doing. They
Definitely,
just popped out straight of lows and, well, surprise, surprise, headshots.
Yeah, it's like they just knew what they were doing, and lately just coming out the door at the right time and getting that 2K and basically getting the bomber. And unfortunately, that's always a bad situation to be in when you're a T player, losing your bomb, and the CT's just basically taking full control of the bomb, and such a hard retake in order to get that bomb back.
Yeah. Certainly is. You can see Slayer going there for a quick peek to see if he could see anything. The molly is going to stop the majority of the Goliath players from pushing up for the moment, but they are eventually going to take control of the fountains area and start to push up towards party and mid. Some shots not being exchanged, and Slayer will make things work for them. Scout doing the job, MP9 doing the job. Answer back from Adaro, but is it enough at this point? 2v4 with pistols against this buy from Sinister. Not really a good spot to be in, and once again Goliath, well, on the back foot. They're going to be able to pick up the MP9 at least, upgrade for Massacre, so could potentially just save it and try and reinvest into the next one. But, well, a bit of a trade coming through. We'll see what they can do with it. Not a good situation. 50 seconds left. They have to make everything happen, or just retreat and make nothing happen. See if they get spotted out here. Slayer got the crosshair in the right direction. Goliath don't really have much to work with, and, well, I think they could be potentially taken down very quickly here. The MP9's got a lot of work to do, but they are deciding to go in for it. The MP9 spray down will connect. Massacre getting the deagle shots in there as well. That's going to be big. The trade comes through, though, and it's not enough for a Goliath. They will go down, and Sinister take 10 rounds now, so they're in a little bit of a lead here. Looking to extend that one, of course. Goliath should be able to buy up here. So,
yeah,
it's going to be an interesting
I was
round
just say,
to
you
follow.
know, yeah, GG just fully invested into those Glocks that round, and yeah, they basically had nothing to lose and everything to gain that round, and them taking 2 guns puts a little bit of bank in their accounts, and now they can buy up this round.
Yep. Certainly can. You can see that firepower from the AKs for Goliath. Is this the key that they need to be able to put some rounds in here on the second half? Because right now Sinister, they're on the SMGs. They've got a couple of rifles there, the Class 2 M4s, but at this point the AK is looking to just tear some shreds in towards Sinister. Goliath need to make it happen now. They're quickly pushing up through the tunnels, looking and seeing what they could see up towards short, up towards connector. Getting that control slowly but surely, and potentially a boost coming out here as well. Yeah, there it is. ADM gonna have a look, and there it is. That is so cheeky. Elusive goes down. Zerotron's now trying to find something. ADM will win the fight. Instant headshots. Deviant now gonna get the spray, but only good for 1. Now it's a 2v4. Adaro just trying to find the rest of the players as they push out from connector. He finds 1, goes down immediately after, but lately trying to upgrade in the middle of the air. Gonna get taken out.
Oh, that was
Very
such
nice.
a cheeky round there, Patchy. Did
It
you see that
was.
smart brain play there by ADM and I think it was Adoro in short water there. Cheeky little boost, and he mollies towards Monster to basically push out that CT player playing close to the left of Monster, and obviously no CT player being there, but he catches the player there left of the pole, and sure, that was just such a big brain play there. Very well played by Goliath. You can see they've done their work on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. that I love the play around that particular booster on that wall, because of course it can come out from the CTs as well, and that's usually where you see it. But the fact of the matter is, you can boost it from both sides, as you can see, and
Exactly. Yep.
super cheeky from Goliath to get that angle in there, and I think that's what they needed to potentially start to put more rounds on the board for themselves, because of course Sinister, well, they've got pistols and a scout on Slayer to try and make something happen, but it's a bit of a tall order against us, a fully stacked team of AKs. Alright, so charging up here, Sinister 5 moving very quickly up here, trying to get some control once again here in mid, as they do. Massacre down here in low is trying to find any potential aggressors. Here come the mollies to push off, but actually, there come the tick, and that's going to give away his position. Massacre just swings. Massacre's deviant, and lately does get traded out. The CZ good for one at least. Does he get the upgrade here as well? Util going to be spent. Looks like Adara just going to want to fall back off that one. ADM there to try and support, but decisions have to be made now. Sinister on 3 players, Goliath on 4, and still no upgrades for Sinister. And CZ in hand of a Zero Chance. Eagle in the hands of Elusives, and Slayer still with that scout to try and hold off the push from Goliath. So this might be another round for Goliath if they can just close this out. They can just make the rest of the distance. Elusive trying to look for the legs. He spots them out. That's the information that he needs. Oh, but they spot him out in turn. ZipZip takes him down, and that should be all that they need to get the site control right down to it. Slayer gonna try and peek out with the scout, trying to find anyone that he can find. Finds ADM. Can't find another one though. The bomb should be able to go down here. 30 seconds. Yeah, there it is. Slayer still trying to find the hits though. Not going to find it through the smoke just yet. There comes the Util, blocking out his vision. And, well, this should be near impossible for Sinister 5 to retake in a 2v3 with a little bit less firepower and a little bit less pressure. So they are going to fall back over too long and just save it in for the next one.
Yeah, you know, that round, you can just see where the experience comes into play. You know, they go into a default, but basically lose a member, and then they just gather together and they hit a bomb site together. They don't let Sinister 5 win any 1v1 duels to kind of, you know, put GG in a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, and they just group up and they hit somewhere together, just, you know, opting to do the smart thing. And yeah, just very well played by them that round.
Yeah, it is indeed very well played, and well, Sinister 5 are going to be down to very low cash. That's going to mean that only the saved guns will be what they're going to be able to use here in this round, and Goliath look to be able to even things out pretty easily here. This could be the evener, and maybe the start of their comeback here to get some more rounds on the board as they start to charge up here. Goliath moving up straight to the playground, pushing out towards long. The scout trying to find the hit. Zadara takes one. ZipZip goes down in return, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Some very big pressure from Sinister 5 over towards long here. Unexpected from Goliath. They're trying to find something back. The spray down will finally find 2. Adara and ADM going to do the work to take down the aggression from Sinister. 2v4 now, so it looks like Goliath has done enough. The rotation's coming in, clearing out the B-bomb site. Kani will confirm that it is open. And the final 2 players for Goliath coming in from behind might not be able to do enough here. It's the same AK and Scout that were saved from the previous one that are being saved once again for Sinister.
It's been recycled. Well, now I picked up an AK. So now it's 2 AKs.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit better at least. 10 for 10 should be the score.
I mean, you went into that round basically by nothing, and they had USPs, and to come out with, you know, 2 AKs, I mean, it's a kind of a win for Sinister 5.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, I suppose, and of course the last bonus will be building up as well, so they'll get a little bit of a nice payout as well on top of that, so they should be able to buy up into the next round and start to put up a bit more of a fight here against the movements from Goliath. They tried to be a little bit spicy on that quick long take and the quick aggression there, but it didn't work out for them, unfortunately. They did get a bit of damage, and of course the 2 AKs is at least good. Let's see if they can make it happen, though, of course. They're going to need to find a couple more rounds. This is neck and neck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Sinister 5 were on those USPs, so there's no point of kind of doing a default CD setup. You might as well just go as 5 and just push together. It's your best bet. And, yeah, not working in their favor, but they managed to pick up 2 guns, which it's kind of a win in a little bit of a sense, you know. So
Yeah, I mean, you trade around, you get some money. Free money is always great, so hopefully they can use that to put some hurt in towards the opposing team. We'll see. But the M4's, of course, got those AKs that they have saved, and some very quick aggression towards Fountain is going to mean that they have a lot of pressure in that position. You can see Goliath, they realize what's going on here. They're like, well, we can't move up here, now we're all bottlenecked, so we're going to have to make a rotate come in very quickly. And Sinister should be able to read that one very well. They've got all the information they need, they've got all the control up there. They need to know that this is a B. That information should be quite clear at this point. Now the only question is, can they respond to the push coming out from Goliath? That is inevitable. Time is slowly ticking down, 1 minute and 10. Deviant's going to help boost up teammates here to check for any potential push on towards B, but it's actually going to be Goliath making a smarter decision, and instead of just blindly pushing in towards B, they're just going to retract once again.
Yep.
Yeah, just do a bit of a reset.
Mid control.
Yeah, yeah. And we'll see if it comes out working. The 0 chance is here. He's going to get taken down. Massacre with a brilliant headshot there. Going to clean him out. But now 40 seconds remaining and Goliath has to pull the trigger somewhere. And it looks like they've opted to double back once again to head back towards that B site. The B site is pretty decently defended here. Let's see. They're going to move out very quickly. Util comes down. They need to find the opener. Deviant goes down. That's a good one. They need to take this play down in water. Slayer finds Honey. That's a big one. He can move around here. Takes out the second one. Not before going down. The trades come through lately. The last one left. M4 in hand to try and take down the players. Time is ticking, but the bomb does go down. 1v3. Massacre, Zip and ADM. The 3 remaining for Goliath. And it's just lately looking for some exits here at this point. The trade's not going in their favor. Not being able to hold down that B site is going to cost them that round. And, well, we're going to go back and forth once again.
Yeah, it's just such a good round by GG. You know, just basically doing that little push and pull. They lose the mid control early on, and they decide to take the mid control back and catching the 0 chance off guard there, and Massacre with a great shot, and yeah, retracting and going back B. They just keep playing these brain games with Sinister 5, and I just love watching GG execute on a bomb site. They just have such great trades. You know, as soon as a teammate dies, you know, there's a trade, and it's just such good CS to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like watching some 4D chess or something like that, you know. It's Goliath and Sinister playing at it. They find some sort of momentum, and they're like, ooh, Sinister, they've pushed us and bottlenecked us down in this area. Let's just fall back. But instead of going B, we're going to rotate back again, take some mid control, find a pick, and then go back to B. And that's what they did. And now the trade's coming through once again. Shots flying. Pistols for Sinister, going to be getting some decent damage in. And that's 3 AKs for Lately and 0 chance here, giving them a pretty good chance at coming into this round with 1:27 on the clock. Time slowly ticking away bit by bit. Well, now Goliath have to find a way into one of these sites. Kani right off here towards B, just having a look to see what he can see. Sinister taken down by the Deagle. The trade comes through the ADM, and Kani getting 2 back. But this is a lot of damage done by Sinister, and Lately finds Kani. 2v1 Goliath. This has just fallen away from them. Sinister with pistols once again, just throwing a bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I wish Sinister 5 could play like this on gun rounds sometimes. You know, take more aggression. Stop giving so much control towards GG. But like I said to as Proxy the other night, you know, teams just seem to not care during pistols. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain that round. So it's why teams are so aggressive when they buy deagles. You know, it's either like you hit your shots or you don't. Where, you know, you have guns, it's more of an investment. It's a lot of money that you're going to lose, so you can't take such big risks.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those. It is one of those things. You know, all the precautions sort of go to the wind at the point where you're just pulling out the pistols, try and get the round, just YOLO it. And you can see that it's definitely evident, you know, the teams have nothing to lose, basically. They're like, yeah, I spent $700 on this pistol, whatever, let's just go. Let's see what we can find. Alright, slow start here. Sinister taking a lot of mid control. Util coming through to try and push anyone off the angle. Adaro and Massacre going to be pushing up through Connector. Moving slowly up, sneaking their way in, checking all their angles, but Lately is going to be there to greet them. If he peeks out at the right time, it could be devastating. He takes one. Slayer takes Zips in the meantime, and now that's just absolutely done for Goliath. It's just Kani left. Absolutely shut down by Sinister. Kani, not much to do here. 1v5. AK. If he wins this, maybe Kani takes one. There we go. But 15 HP means it's basically done at this point. Has to try and save the AK, maybe find some extra frags if he can. Ooh, actually, blindly takes down Slayer. Very nice. But I think that's maybe it at this point. Not much else you could do with 15 HP. As soon as you're spotted out, it should be done. Oh, upgrade to the AWP. This could actually be a little bit more devastating for Sinister if he finds a couple more players, because as you know with the AWP, it doesn't matter how much HP you're on, it could be 1 or 100. If you land the shot, you land the shot, and that's pretty much that.
Yep. But Sinister's 5 money not looking the best.
Yeah. He's
So
looking
if,
a bit broken in the bank.
Yeah, if Kani can take a little bit more guns away, you know, kind of puts a little damper on their economy even more.
Could find another one. Oh, there it is. Lately goes
there
down,
it is.
so guns off the board, all across the board. Sinister takes 12, but, well, they're going to need to reinvest into this one a couple of guns because they did get those taken away from them. Goliath only 1 round behind at this point. They will be able to pick up the AKs and the AWP in the hands of ADM. So, yeah, once again, this could pretty much still swing either way.
Yeah, we did say we wanted Sinister 5 to be more aggressive on that CT side, and they did that round, and it actually just working in their favor, playing brilliantly and playing such good angles and crossfire.
Yeah. Yeah. They're looking to do it again, potentially. Slayer once again boosted up in towards Party to see what he can see. Not going to find anyone just yet, and Lately getting nice and aggressive up here. The smoke going to be there to block him out from Adaro's sight for the moment. A couple of bullets just coming in, warning him of some positions. Lately pushing straight back up. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Sinister, once again, they've taken the control. They've got some info, so Goliath taking it slow, trying to find an opening, trying to find any sort of picks that they can find to try and give them an indication of where they can go, what site they need to push up on. Looks like they will be opting to try and take some mid control here. So up they come. Adara and Massacre once again pushing up through Connector, looking towards bathrooms and mid. Let's see if they can make it happen. Slowly pushing up. Slayer. Crosshair in the right direction, but of course you can't see through the smoke. Oh, but you can see when you're just walking around the corners like that. So Slayer will find one, almost finds two. The shot gets missed, and now they're pushing up very quickly. Slayer finds it. Lately is there to support, but the trade doesn't come through. Massacre gets 2. It's a 3v3. Connie takes down 0 chance. So Elusive and Deviant, the last 2 Sinister players remaining. The bomb goes down. And now Sinister needs to decide if they want to retake this one. Once again, Deviant going down. Elusive, the last one left. And just back and forth all the time here between these 2 teams. As soon as one takes the lead, it gets taken straight back by the other side. This is just very, very close at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of like a very close game of chess. It's like, you know, Sinister 5 takes a player, and then Goliath takes a player, and then Sinister 5 takes a player, Goliath takes a player. It's so neck and neck, and I just love how, you know, they play, you know, that little cheeky bathroom setup. Slayer playing so close with that AWP, and he gets a pick and he falls out, and Lately waiting in the corner. He's like basically baiting GG, you know, into their little setup, and it's just such smart CS being played right now from both teams.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. Really, really is. But one of these teams has to give. One of these teams has to walk away with the W, and, well, who knows who that's going to be.
W or draw.
Well,
that's what you have.
Yeah, you have no other choice at this point. Gotta work for it, trying to get to that match point is the goal. But it is going to be Sinister deciding to save what they can. It's an AK in the hands of Elusive and Deagles for the rest of them. They're getting very aggressive towards lowers, and, well, Sinister know it. They're just holding the angles very passively. Spray down immediately. Absolute destruction with the AKs. It's going to be everything they need. Elusive getting burnt, alive, cooked to a crisp. Kanye and Massacre will finish things off. 13 rounds now for Goliath, and inching closer and closer to that match point.
Yeah, Massacre and Adara playing that round to perfection, you know, just hearing the sound cues and not even peeking, just waiting. And Massacre taking the fire, and as soon as Massacre takes contact, Adara peeks out and they basically clear out that lowers area.
Yeah, very smart play, as you say. Some very big brain moves coming out here, some good reactions from both sides. I mean, just seeing them being able to react so quickly like that, get the sound cues, to hear the footsteps, and they're like, all right, cool, they're just going to be coming straight into our meat grinder. We don't have to go and find them at all. We'll just sit here, no problem. And they pick up that round very, very quickly. Of course, now Sinister, they will be able to buy, so it is rifles all across the board, everyone picking up the M4s, except for Elusive, who has opted for the AUG at this point. Maybe going to try and get some scope damage done in that respect. ADM got the AWP in hand. Yeah, we'll see if
or power, I think he'll probably just use it for the range, you know? Maybe take a peek down towards that monster area. We'll see.
Yeah. You got the accuracy of half an AWP, but more bullets in the chamber to send down range.
Yeah.
We'll see if it comes out handy for them at this point. ADM just taking a look, zero chance, very aggressive up here towards Fountain, just pushing all the way behind. ADM needs to find something. Zipzip actually going to be there to support, which is big, but zero chances there as well. Zipzip goes down. Some shots coming through. 1-for-1 raid. Utility gets spent. Zero chance waiting for something lately. Takes down 2. Zero goes down from ADM, but it's a 2v3 still. Goliath on the back foot now need to find something. If they manage to get these 2 that are rotating up thin towards spawn, it could be big for them. This could be big. Deviant and Elusive now pushing up in towards Kani and ADM. Kani goes down and so does ADM, and that's going to be 13 for Sinister. Once again, evened out.
Yeah, I think Goliath needs to start taking control back from that fountain area and playground. I feel like they have given it to Sinister 5 for too many rounds now, and they're just basically abusing that, and you know, it's working in their favor. They need to start taking control back in their favor, GG, if they want to take these rounds.
Yeah, certainly will be a very big point of what they're doing, but for the moment, Goliath just running straight on in towards B, just moving in very, very quickly, trying to get that tempo advantage going. So it is going to be Sinister to try and hold on to the side shots coming through. Deviant going to take down Zipzip. He goes down immediately, though. The shot's coming straight on in lately, and Slayer, the last 2 remaining AK, is going to be doing the work, though. It does connect onto ADM. Connie finds him, though, and now it's just Slayer with the AWP to make something happen here. The bomb should be able to go down. Gren coming in. Not going to connect onto anyone just yet. Smoke's coming in to cover the plant. This should be the plant for Goliath. Slayer just backing off of that one. Not looking to get into a fight. Wants to save the AWP instead. But I mean, this is just every time. One player or one team will get, the next team will get. One team will get, the next team will get. This one is going to Goliath. The next one could go to Sin 5. I mean, somebody has to pull out in the end, though, unless these teams just go straight even for even until they tie it up.
Yeah. But you know what I love about that round from Goliath Gaming? You know, they have noticed the pattern from Sinister 5 taking that fountain mid-area control right in the beginning of the round. So they change up the pace and they just hit a fast speed, knowing that the rotations are going to be, you know, take a while for Sinister 5 to get there because they've pushed so far up into middle. So they know that B is going to be a little bit weaker when it comes to rotations from the CTs. And I just love the way they just change up the pace and do a fast round. So Sinister 5 don't even have time to even know what's going on. And they land up, you know, swarming them on that B bomb site. And the round going in Goliath's favor.
Yeah. Yeah, the other thing I was going to suggest is maybe they could, you know, throw some quick pop flashes over and try and get into the fountains area quicker. But yeah, like you said, they just make a very quick push towards B instead to get that tempo going in that direction in response. And it works out for them. Let's see if they can pull something similar here, because obviously no one wants to walk home with the tie. It's so much more satisfying to get that W, and that's what these teams are trying to work for here. Goliath 1 point away from match point. Sinister, they have to get a couple more to get themselves into that direction. You can see for the moment, though, Goliath moving it towards B. The entirety of Sinister with their pistols, and of course Slay on the AWP moving very quickly in towards Fountains, as they like to do. But that's going to leave B completely open. Slayer all the way towards the back, could potentially rotate in between the sites. But how long does it take for Goliath to notice that there is no one on towards the site? Because now they could get wrapped around from behind. They need to be very careful here in this one. Sinister not being found out just yet might be a problem. We'll see. Goliath.
Yeah, so Sinister have all the information this round.
Yeah, this is good. This is a very interesting one to happen. ADM gonna land a shot into Slayer. Daro closes things out onto Deviant. So regardless of that, they still managed to win things out. The AWP in the hands of the Slayer, I think it was, not gonna come out at all for Sinister. And Goliath, they take the 15th round. They've got their match point. They're sitting comfortably. Now the burden is on Sinister to try and even things out. Otherwise, they walk away with that L.
Yeah, this is their do or die round, unfortunately, and they also don't have enough economy, so they can't let this, they can't let this slip, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
the next
that round,
two rounds are do or die at this point as well.
Yeah, true. And that round, I think Slayer just had to hit his shots, and unfortunately not hitting the shot. And ADM, he's the type of player that's like, well, mate, if you're not going to hit me on your first shot, Christmas only comes once, so you have to hit your shot, mate. So.
Yeah, you get one chance. If you miss it, sorry.
Exactly. ADM is that type of player. You get one shot, and if you don't take it against a player like ADM, he is going to get the counter frag back on you. So, yeah.
Yeah. That is definitely the caliber of player that we are looking at. Definitely the type of teams that we are dealing with in this match here. And, well, it could have swung in either way, but Goliath have secured themselves that match point spot. Sinister got a lot of work to do. Now, they are on the rifle, so they can make this happen. Getting very aggressive to Fountains once again. They're going to be moving up very close, very quickly. Goliath want to close this out as quickly as possible for them as well, making moves up towards Fountains. They're going to be retaking control of that, slowly but surely moving up. They need to be careful here. They need to find every corner, make sure that it is clear before they move up, otherwise it could be relatively devastating for them. Lately is going to be moving up, makes a quick jump in towards Bathroom. Now the push comes out for long. Goliath moving down very quickly. Slayer needs to be the one to catch them out. Can hear the footsteps. Knows that they're there, so the information is here. Slayer needs to swing. Oh, no, he's just going to hold the angle. He finds one, but the trade is immediate. Elusive, zero chance, and Deviant, the last three left alive for Sinister. But the A site completely open. They can just charge straight in. Of course, they can't
I think
know
that was a miscommunication there in that Bathrooms area.
Yeah, it could have potentially been. Whatever the case of the matter is, though, they are going to be moving in towards the A site. The bomb should be able to go down, and now Sinister, their do-or-die moment has come. Not only is it the do-or-die round, but it is also their final few seconds as this bomb gets planted to be able to make something happen. Moving down mid, and long is their choice. Of course, Elusive coming out from behind, so they're attacking this from three angles. Hopefully it's enough for them, otherwise they will say goodbye in this one, and it will be Goliath walking away with the win. Oh, there it comes. Elusive goes down. Adaro takes him straight away with that headshot. And now the final two players pushing from long and mid. Are they going to be enough? ADM, he's the player that takes them down. One goes down. Zero chance. Deviant trades him, but Deviant has a lot of work to do. 1v2, the bomb's taken away. This is basically impossible at this point. The spray coming down. It's done. There is no ways he gets his defuse. He takes down Adaro, but there it is. The trade. Zip whips it out. Goliath take the win.
Yeah. I mean, that was such a good game, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, one team has to win. Not both teams can win. And, yeah, it's such a good performance by both teams, I feel. And just GG just coming a little bit more on top there. ADM playing fantastic. Kani playing very good look. And just GG making very good, adaptive plays and decisions in that game.
Yeah, it was very, very great. And, I mean, what an absolute match. Neck and neck the entire way through. But, well, I guess that's it. Let's head over onto our analyst desk to see what they have to say about this game.
Thank you so very much, Shaz and Pachi. Indeed. I mean, this is the kind of game that we had been anticipating. After all, it was Goliath going against Sin 5, the aggression houses, the dominating plays that we've seen thus far. Of course, ATK is also one of those teams that we've seen some dominating plays from. But these two, again, it was expected. It was going to be a neck-neck game.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a treat to watch. It was an absolute
Certainly.
delight with the way the teams were playing. You know, Sin 5 starting things off really well, and then, you know, they were trying to build up a momentum, but then Goliath, they were amazing, and Massacre, he just was playing out of his mind with his entry frag, trying to get those deliveries every single time, and it was just going back and forth, like our casters mentioned, and it all came down when they were tied down at 13th position, and that is where Team Goliath really picked it up and did not let go of any rounds, and resulting in the victory.
Wow, GG's indeed. I mean, even at that particular moment right there, when we were about to step into, I think it was the 17th round, where indeed
I thought
it
we
was...
were going to overtime.
It did. It certainly did seem like it. Both of these teams were playing so wonderfully. Such beautiful Counter-Strike. It certainly was one of those games where it was just all strategy based. It was chess move after one after the other. And it very well at that point in time resulted, or could have resulted, in a draw as well.
Yeah, it could certainly could have, but you know, with the way, you know, the rounds were going back and forth, the economy was constantly shifting, and it was that crucial moment in when both of them were on 13 all, and that one kill changed it all. And after that, they kind of built up the momentum to a point where it was 15-13, and the CTs could not really buy much over there. And those entry frag down the bathroom, that was very crucial when they cleared the A bomb site and just went in for the plant and got the plant in and did not let the CTs to defuse. So yeah,
Absolutely.
Goliath Gaming, GGWP.
GG's indeed. GG's, double GG's indeed. And with that, of course, when you talk about the leaderboard, there is going to be an upswing in the leaderboard itself, because after all, it was a 16-13 game in favor of Goliath Gaming. And when you talk about that leaderboard, that is, of course, showcased right there. Third spot for Goliath Gaming, having played 6 matches in total and 1 draw with 2 losses.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much even with Sinister 5. And, well, Energy Esports, they just have that 3 points lead. And you never know if someone can just tussle them over. But overall today, what we witnessed, it was overpass, a change in some taste over there. But right now, let's take a look at who the MVP was.
Oh, yes, the most valuable player for today is Massacre.
Absolutely, with 22 kills and you know, having a good ADR as well. He was doing most of the job over there. He started you know, out fragging people, and then his teammates kind of chimed in, and everyone. It was a complete team performance from Goliath. We thought that this map might go in the favor of Sinister 5, but it was Goliath who really played their cards right, all those single rounds, you know. It was going still, you know, anybody's game, but that momentum break was what all Goliath needed to seal the deal.
Absolutely, and with that, what a wonderful play it has been. They have moved on. I mean, again, it is neck and neck performance when it has been Goliath, when it has been Sinister 5. No questions about it. Same goes for ATK, same goes for Energy Esports, because that is the momentum that these teams have created for themselves in the entire past 6 weeks. As you move on forth into the finals of the UMZANSI Esports League itself, what I'm talking about is the next 3 weekends are basically what these teams get. And amongst those matches that are left, of course, everyone is trying to bring in that A-dominating game. And, of course, that is clearly showcased with this match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love today's maps. I really hope I can see all these teams. I want to see a matchup between Goliath and Energy right now. I mean, with the way Goliath has picked up this momentum, and this is going to give them a huge boost in the rounds to come.
Absolutely. With that, of course, we do reach the end of our stream for today. Thank you so very much for tuning in. And with that, it is just day number 1 that has come to the end of week number 6. We'll be back again tomorrow with all 4 games back to back. But yes, right now, it is time to say sayonara. I'm your host, Bloro, joined in with Pain Fixes saying take care, stay awesome.